little bit about the development life cycle of VAIL, how we got here as it being such a prominent esport. Where does that all start?
Where it started, right? I'll do a quick summary.
Yeah.
My brother came to me one day and said, I want to make a VR game. And I said, what does that even mean? And he showed me some tech demos in the early days. Like, this was like 2014, 2015. I didn't really get it. But I'll never forget it. It was Christmas 2016. He put me in Onward. And it was that moment that I understood the possibility of it. But I'll be really honest, it wasn't until I played Pavlov that I got really deep into it. I wasn't good enough for Onward. I wasn't. I was talking to one of the devs of Pavlov over here.
Yeah.
And I wasn't good enough for Onward. I'd get crushed. Pavlov was a little more, fast-paced, more my speed.
Yeah.
Really inspired me to get into VR. But yeah, we really worked on VR, mainly PC VR for the early days.
Right.
And then when Quest came out, we didn't pay too much attention to it because we're nerds and we want the best, hardware possible, which is still PC.
Yeah.
But we launched VAIL Early Access 2022, and Meta took over with Quest. So we spent all of 2023 heads down, game kind of dead, just focusing on building VAIL cross-platform for Quest and Steam without really lowering the quality of the game, which we budgeted 3 months and it took 14 months. But we finally launched VAIL on Quest, our 1.0 version this year. Super happy about it. And it's fully cross-platform. So this upcoming Thursday, our creative director somewhere here in the crowd, we're finally launching our 1.2 update, which is coming out with the Citadel. The Citadel is basically going to be, if anybody ever played RuneScape, World of Warcraft, or any of these MMORPGs, just think of like the auction house where all the end game leaders hang out. That's what we're building with a lot of mini games. And for the rest of the year, we're going to be working on a couple things like a co-op wave shooter, and a couple other game modes and weapons and tacticals we're really excited to work on. So I kind of went on a
maybe
rant.
I should cut you off before you release everything that you're working on.
No.
That's awesome. It's good to hear. I mean, what do you see with the future of VAIL as an esport? Where do you see us going with this?
Well,
I mean, obviously we're gonna be up on stage soon.
I won't even talk about VAIL as an esport. I'll just talk about VR esports. I saw the ESL Onward esports live stream. This was years ago. Yeah. And it's one of those things that once you see it, you can't unsee it. Right? When I saw that, I just knew I had to be a part of VR esports.
Right.
And really, behind the scenes all day, I'm just talking to major sponsors, similar to what you do, Nightfire. How do I get major sponsorships for VR esports? Because it's, in my opinion, it really puts the sport in esports.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? No pun intended.
No, I mean, it's only possible because of our sponsors. You're seeing all of the Quest users wearing the Bobo VR head straps.
Yeah.
Those batteries are essential. We would be out of battery life up here with the dead headsets if we didn't have them. So again, a shout out to you also. Again, another sponsor.
Oh, you're fine,
I gotta give you credit because again,
this is the beginning of everything. I really VR esports is the coolest thing in the world. This is a crazy speculation, but maybe one day we even see the treadmills on stage, like just crazy, just full crazy hardware on stage. It's gonna be crazy. I mean, it's a spectacle. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I think for me, I envision this to become more. I'd like to see developers coming in and demoing their games more. We have the Pavlov 1v1 booth over there, which is going off great. We have a lot of fun over there. But then obviously more developers getting involved into this. We need support from guys like you to make it happen.
I'll tell you something, and I'll do a shout out to a guy that's not here. Sadly, it's Bradley.
Oh yeah.
On Twitter. You all should know who he is.
Yeah.
He leaked out, I think it was today or yesterday, that the Quest 4 and 4S is coming in 2026.
Okay.
All that means to me is we're early. We're early, guys.
Yeah.
Like if you're here, you're really supporting something that 10, 20 years from now, we're going to be remembering these days as it's almost going to be embarrassing, the show we're putting on. But this is really what starts the future. And I actually recently saw that esports was accepted by the Olympics for the first time. And it's super random. I had a call with a guy on LinkedIn, just randomly reached out to me. I took the call, and LinkedIn's like 99% spam, so I usually don't. But for some reason, I was like, let me talk to this guy.
Yeah.
He was involved, and he told me it took him 10 years of work.
Wow.
10 years of work to get esports officially accepted by the Olympics.
I'm doing the math. I think we're on year 6 or 7 right now. So
I started 2017. Yeah, we're 7 years in.
Yeah.
So,
We're
2-3 more years. VR esports, Olympics, maybe. I don't know. I see it coming.
Yeah, well, it's only possible with fans like this. So a big shout out to everyone that has come around and hung out. And I can't wait to get into VAIL. I'll be on the casting desk doing it. I'm really looking forward to that.
You Yellow Hat and Gaijin, I'm excited to see what's happening.
It's going to be a stellar broadcast. Thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with me about the game. Anything else you want to give out? Any teasers? Anything else that's happening?
I met a guy in the bathroom.
That's not how you should start.
He told me he likes VAIL, but he doesn't have it. So I bought it for him. I've bought in VAIL for maybe a dozen people in the last couple of days. If anybody here comes up to me and just wants VAIL as a gift, I will gift it to them on the MetaQuest app. So just come bother me after the VAIL section. I will buy VAIL for anybody. I'm like Oprah for VAIL over here.
Awesome. Well, you got a good crowd here, dedicated esports players, that's for sure. They'll be playing VAIL for a while. Again, thank you so much for sponsoring VRML.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for what you do. This guy hasn't slept in who knows how many days, so all the thanks really goes to him.
We got to get ready for our first broadcast. The first map of VAIL is on the horizon. We've got a lot of theatrics left ahead of us, so do keep the eyes peeled on that on the stream. But again, thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Weird left-handed shake.
That's all right. That's how we end it.
There we go. Where did that go? Oh my goodness, did it really? Thank you so much. As we came back, oh, I know. Oh, I know, don't I know it? As we came back, I dropped my cards. Thank you so much. That was very nice of you. So one quick announcement. So we're doing some giveaways again. The headset from earlier is still unclaimed. That was number 56152. If that is you, see anybody with a staff shirt or me or anybody about getting that. Otherwise, we're gonna have to re-give it away. Some folks won't be upset about that, but at least one person will be. So we have 3 more things to give away right now. We're gonna start with the HyperX, we call it the Fury S Pro Gaming. I'm not gonna point with this. Pro Gaming mouse pad. It's one of those big ones that goes across like your whole desk. It's really nice. This one, number 56480. 56480, if that is you, head on over there. I'll meet you immediately after this. If that was you, go ahead and shout and scream. If it wasn't you, go ahead and shout and scream anyways. Oh man, it worked last time. All right, next up, the HyperX Zero Buds Pro. That's these little guys right here. That's gonna go to number 56388. 56388. Once again, scream and yell, just cuz. That's better. This one we're gonna have to yell for because I have one of these. Oh my goodness. If you like mechanical keyboards, this is one of them. That was certainly a review. So this is a HyperX Alloy Origin keyboard going to 56344. 56344. And one more time, let's scream and yell because we can. That's more like it. Thank you, folks. We will get back to the intermission and we'll be back with VAIL in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VRML Con 2024. We are on a delay currently. I did want to come in and briefly address that we are experiencing some technical difficulties on our side. Hopefully, we'll be able to solve those. We've got all hands on deck. I'm looking at them right now. We're trying to get through and hopefully get a playable version for the folks on stage, but for now we are on a delay, so I did just want to let everybody know that we are on a holding pattern and waiting to hear if we can solve our network issues, and if we can, then we will be diving into the start of VAIL. So just wanted to come in quick and let you all know that, but we will go back to a brief intermission, and eventually it will be the start of the VAIL NA Grand Finals, so you're not going to want to go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VAIL VRML Season 1 Grand Finals live from VRML Con. I'm here with Gaijin and Yellow Hat. I am myself, Nightfire with 2 E's, and we're inside the awesome FPS of VAIL. And Yellow Hat, I'll start with you. How are you doing today?
Hey everyone, it's a pleasure to be here as always. Let me tell you, I am so looking forward to all the amazing action that's going to happen today. I am also happy to be alongside you, Nightfire, as well as you, Gaijin, for this match today.
Likewise, I am so excited to be here and to see what great games we got.
Inside VR, we can do some awesome stuff like this.
I didn't mean to grab.
VAIL is an incredibly unique game in the VR space for a multitude of other reasons outside of the knife shenanigans. One of those reasons it really does stand out is because it's one of the few games in the VR industry with a strong vision for competitive gameplay and esports.
It's been fantastic working with a developer like Tropical and with a team like XLab. Their passion for the esports scene has made the first season of VAIL VRML a resounding success. You can also see a lot of the XLab passion in the new 1.0 release. And the 1.0 release of VAIL VR brought many new groundbreaking features to the game that would shape its future and set the standard for VR first-person shooters. In this update, players received a fully fleshed out progression system that included leveling, unlocks, and a weapon progression system that rewards players for pulling off headshots or completing other challenges in game. In addition to the progression system, a friends and party system as well as a matchmaking system were both added, making it easier for players to get into a match quicker and play with their friends easier. One of the most significant changes, though, was the game's upgrade to Unreal Engine 5.
That's right, Yellow Hat. And while VAIL did spend a few years behind closed doors before moving to early access in late 2022, it was shortly after the last VAIL LAN that XLab decided to migrate the game to Unreal Engine 5 with the goal of bringing the game to Quest headsets. That decision has paid dividends and allowed us to play an entire competitive season in VAIL cross-platform. It's enabling us to even host this LAN, since we're using Quest 2 and 3 for our competitive players.
Yeah, there certainly has been a lot that's changed over the course of the years within VAIL. In particular, in Season 1, we saw an increase in utility usage compared to past competitions.
Yeah, that's right, Nightfire. We often see nades raining down on the artifact sites due to the fact that VAIL has very precise utility that can consistently be thrown long distances in-game. Players will often use it to cut off important sight lines or to clear important positions on an artifact site.
And another thing that stands out to me with VAIL is the consistent meta, even with the new unlock system. Gaijin, can you break down for me the meta kit that's most popular with the competitive players?
Gladly. So before VAIL was rebuilt in Unreal Engine 5, the MK418 was king, with the exception of a couple SMGs played in certain positions, like on this map, Kitty. But through numerous balance adjustments made through the last year, SMGs aren't quite as strong, especially at range. And even though it's been nerfed as well, the MK is still the preference of most competitive players as a jack-of-all-trades rifle. But we are starting to see use of the AK platform rifles as well. They don't have the same damage output at close range as the MK, but the advantage they offer the most skilled players is higher headshot damage, especially at long range.
And speaking of skill over flare, one thing worth mentioning right away going into VAIL's second in-person event is Vortex, their previous LAN stage champions in Miami 2 years ago, but are not present today.
And neither is Gaijin. Gaijin is not present today either.
Yeah, no, they've been a huge figure in the VAIL community, and Yellow Hat here was on the team when they lifted the trophy in Miami. And I want to pick your brain about Vortex's performance during Season 1 and through the qualifiers. You guys were neck and neck with Determined through the rest of the season, but what happened?
I got to give a shout out and honorary mention to my boys on Vortex. They put up one heck of a season, placing in the top 4, taking maps in some matches of the other top 4 teams. And, I really think it comes down to, at the highest level, which team makes the fewer mistakes. And ultimately, the other teams just played their game with a few less mistakes. Every game that was played could have gone either way, with the score lines having certainly shown that. But in the end, the other top 4 teams, those being REKT, AESIRs, 8 Basils, and Determined, came out just a tad further. And in any esport, sometimes that's all you really need.
Yeah, and speaking of Determined, they actually beat REKT, one of our finalists during Season 1, and made it to the postseason qualifiers. What Vortex couldn't do, however, was win against our other finalist, AESIR. They were really close to winning a map over them, but lost in overtime with a score of 8-9.
Close but no cigar, my friend. But, Determined too, they were a huge contender for the semifinals. But again, AESIR reared their heads down and proved much of a challenge in the postseason.
Another team worthy of an honorable mention has been the REKT group. Made up of 2 sister teams, REKT and 8 Basils went head-to-head in the semifinals just a few weeks ago.
It was kind of heartbreaking to see that, honestly. I mean, we heard from them in the team interviews that they had aspirations to compete against each other on stage. But being in different groups at the beginning of the qualifiers, it came down to only one of them having a chance to make it out to VRML Con as finalists.
And generally, this first season of VAIL VRML has been absolutely spectacular. There have been so many incredible moments that highlight the unique aspects of this game.
And let's not exclude EU from all of this. Though we saw some incredible plays from them during their semis and finals, I had an amazing time commentating the entire EU postseason. I really look forward to seeing the EU side grow over the course of future seasons.
And shout out to our friends at Crest League. They've been hosting fantastic tournaments in Artifact as well as other game modes. And here's a clip from its creator.
Hey, thank you for that great intro. It's Seismic, the owner and creator of Crest League, and just want to say shout out to VRML as well for hosting this tournament this weekend. Really, really excited to watch the matches. But shout out to all of our players, and thank you for all the continued support you guys have given us over the years. And I cannot wait to continue to provide the amazing tournaments for you all. And thanks for working with me as we continue to grow Crest League and the scene and competitive VAIL as a whole. Looking forward to seeing you all, and good luck and have fun.
Oh gosh, would you look at the time. We got to get into our suits and hop on stage. It's been a blast recapping Season 1 with you both in the VAIL community developments, everything. I can't wait. Thanks for hopping in game with me, and I can't wait to see you guys in person.
Can't wait. We'll see you all at the desk.
Attention, VRMLCon guests. We ask that everyone please do their part to ensure a fair competition for all finalists. Anyone caught attempting to give callouts or provide players with an unfair advantage in any way will be forced to leave the event. Thank you for upholding the competitive integrity of VRML. Now please, enjoy the show.
One of the hardest things to do in virtual reality outside of connecting with two heads. Now, there's the double. Right here, the double kill. Welcome everybody to VRMLCon 2024! My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I am joined by my co-casters Yellow Hat and Gaijin. For the viewers in Denver, thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out for what has been a long day of already having incredible games, with Onward opening up a fantastic start to the convention. And now we have the North American VAIL Finals. Yellow Hat, for maybe those that are tuning in that don't even know what VAIL is, because there might be some X8 fans, some Breachers fans, some Onward fans out there. What are the details? How does it work?
All right, so VAIL, of course, is a 5v5 competitive tactical shooter, and the teams play up to 9 points, meaning you have to win 9 rounds in order to win the game. And those rounds, of course, are won by either eliminating the entire enemy team or doing a complete scan, or if you're on the defense, stopping the scan from happening. The game is, of course, split into 2 halves, and once 8 rounds have been played, the teams will swap sides. So attack will go to defense, and defense will swap to attack. The first rounds of each half, of course, are the pistol rounds. Every single player only has a pistol and utility to use during those rounds. Everybody selects their loadout, and there is no in-game economy like some of the other shooters. So the colonist faction, of course, is the attacking faction, and you'll be recognizing them in their white uniforms, while as the Rayab faction is the defending faction, and they are in the black uniforms. So with all that said, though, and all that information about VAIL, Nightfire, tell us a little bit more about VRML and what the structure of Season 1 and VAIL VRML has looked like for both of these teams on stage today.
It has been, I think, 13 weeks of regular season gameplay where these teams have been competing for a chance to climb up that regular season ladder. Each week you get matched up against an opponent of similar skill level. If you win, you go up in rank. If you lose, you go down in rank, and it's just that easy. 12 weeks of regular season gameplay, 13 actually that lead into a postseason where we take the top 8 teams from that regular season and battle them up against each other. And man, this season was fantastic. I had such an amazing time tuning in, casting all of the games, watching these teams play. I couldn't have had a better Season 1 to what is a new game to the VRML. It started amazingly. And speaking of these top 8 teams, we're tuning into the best of the best that are going to be battling it out here today. We're ready to introduce them onto the stage, so I want to hand it over to Sir Dimwee to introduce our top 2 squads for the VAIL NA Grand Finals. Turn on the mic.
Introducing first, the REKT family. Team REKT is the only team to make 2 finals in VAIL. And their challenger, the AESIR. AESIR has lost only once this season. That was only to Team REKT. They have been described as untouchable. Captains, if you could join me for the first map pick. Taquito? As you top seed, AESIR gets the first pick. Do you choose map? Will you choose your map or will you defer?
I'm going to defer.
REKT will get the first map pick.
We choose Suna.
Attack or defend?
We're going to go with Rayab.
Let's get it.
Amazing, Dimwee. Thank you so much for that. We are here, ready to get into the gameplay, boys. It's our time to shine. It's our time to speculate and wonder while these players on stage to the left and right of us get ready for the action. So let's look at everything that we got this afternoon, and let's start with the teams. Gaijin, I want to start with you. what do you think about REKT? Give us your impressions of this squad that's standing up on stage right now behind me.
REKT are one of the longest standing squads at just the top of VR FPS competition in general. And in VAIL, they're the only team to have made finals twice. And I'm sure that gives them some extra motivation, especially for their longest standing rostered members, because no one wants to be the only person to lose finals twice.
Yeah, that definitely does sting, and there's not a lot of opportunities to get on stage. Yellow Hat, we talked about it a little bit in the pre-show. It stings a little bit to not be here. But how are you feeling right now watching these players on stage? I mean, I'm going to have to hold you back from jumping up there, I think, maybe.
You know, it's really great to look to my left and to look to my right and see truly some of the best in the VR esports scenes on stage right now. Every single person on this stage deserves to be in the spots that they are in right now. And, you know, talking about AESIR Squad a little bit, you know, they're another big VR esports organization that's on the up and coming. They've branched across VRML, and they're one of the few premier organizations to just be on the top in multiple games.
Yeah.
I mean, it's seriously an accomplishment what the AESIR Squad has done over the past year. They've put some of the best from across the VR community together, despite really only being actually together for only, you know, the past few months to a year or so.
Right. Yeah, it has been an incredible journey for both of these teams. And I mean, how are you feeling about these squads this afternoon? I mean, obviously, REKT and AESIR. When you looked at REKT, when you look at this squad, do you think that they're going to be able to battle AESIR live on stage this afternoon?
I think so, and I think they proved it during the regular season. They're the only team to beat them, and they did it so cleanly, winning all 3 maps. They definitely have it in them. But let's see what it looks like when the pressure is on.
Yeah, I mean, Yellow Hat, tell me about it. You have a little taste of it. What is it like to be on stage? That's got to be a different vibe when you're in the game.
It certainly is. You know, having been on stage back in 2022, you know, you're just in that mindset. You're with your team. You just got to trust your team to, you know, do everything you possibly can. And, you know, the stakes are high. You know, they're competing for a large prize pool courtesy of all the sponsors of VRML.
Oh, yeah.
And again, REKT, they are, for the second time on stage, you know, Tarmac, Basil, and Psychela, they were both on stage back in 2022, and then we have some new faces. And then over on the AESIR side, we actually do have a couple players that also competed in that last VAIL LAN that are on stage. So both teams have a couple players that have that experience, that know what it's like to be on stage in front of a crowd, and, you know, how to really handle that pressure. So it's a hard call to say, you know, which team is really going to do it up, honestly.
I mean, it's a little different than playing in your apartment room or your wherever you set up your VR setup. You know, I gotta wonder how they're going to react to the crowds, if that's going to factor into their aim. How do you see Taquito sort of stepping up here as the team captain for AESIR with the knowledge and the pressure of this LAN?
I definitely think there's a lot on our captains here because they have to maintain not just like their own focus while calling the game, but also for their teammates.
Not easy, Yellow Hat, not easy at all, and especially if you're REKT going up against AESIR. Do you think that they're considering that past season performance, their past experience against them? Are they nervous at all in their mind? I mean, let's take you inside REKT for a little bit here.
You know, I mean, again, that they have that experience, and, you know, they're traditionally a team that plays, you know, a little bit more regimented. They have that, you know, deep organization just from playing games with each other for so long. And honestly, you know, I think if they're just focused on playing the game, they kind of just tune everything out, you know, I think they'll have a good time, and they could potentially be successful today. I mean, they are against a very tough opponent, though. You know, as Dimwee even described them as borderline untouchable.
And, you know, we'll talk a little bit about the map once we get into it, once we start to get into the action. But I got to get your guys' predictions this afternoon on how we think this is all going to shake out, because it's up in the air. There's cash on the line. They're on stage for the first time in a year plus, maybe sometimes ever. Yellow Hat, I'll start with you. Put the pressure on.
All right.
What's your prediction for today?
You know, I've had the chance to talk to, you know, players of both teams, and, you know, honestly, it seems like REKT are, you know, a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. You know, they've been putting in the practice, and honestly, you know, before Caster Curse gets in, of course, you know, if I was a betting man, I would probably put my money on REKT.
Wow. Okay, we'll skip over me for now and go to Gaijin. Who do you think is going to win this afternoon? How do you see your prediction for today?
Gosh, it's honestly, this is a tough one just because there is so much raw skill on the guys on AESIR. But REKT have experience being under this much pressure before.
Yeah.
And they are the more regimented tactical team compared to AESIR's more free-flowing style. And
Can't believe it.
I think that when you're under when you're under as much pressure as these players are here, you fall back on your habits and the systems that you have in place. So I think REKT is going to take it today.
Okay, I'll be the only one on the desk that has faith in AESIR. Let's hear it from the crowd. Who's here rooting for REKT this afternoon? Give us a cheer. Come on. That's pretty good. Who's here rooting for AESIR this afternoon? I think I'm going to go AESIR, and that's not off the crowd. It's my own prediction, believe me. Okay. I think AESIR is going to come out on top this afternoon. I'll pick the underdog, I guess, of the caster predictions. I don't know if we are ready to get into our first map just yet, as maybe that'll get radioed in to me and we can jump into lobby. But Yellow Hat, let's talk a little bit about the map. It's Suna. Where do you see us going here?
You know, Suna is probably one of the more classic maps of VAIL. You know, it features a lot more long-range engagements. You know, you have the B long section where, you know, you can see somebody way from on site and you can just barely be peeking B. It has just, you know, a lot more long-range angles, and that's kind of what separates it from other maps like Kitty, where everything's a little bit more close and personal.
Yeah.
And, you know, being an outdoor map as well too, you have a lot of creative utility usage that you'll probably be seeing both of these teams doing as well.
Yeah, there are your stats up there on screen for us. AESIR and REKT. AESIR with a 63% win rate, REKT with a 59% win rate. And quick shout out to the graphics guys, because that is amazing.
That's really nice. And this is right here. This is what makes it kind of a hard prediction. You know, surely you're seeing AESIR, they have a higher round win percentage, but it's just that close to where, you know, if you're really truly analyzing both these teams, it's a hard call.
Yeah, it really is. We do have teams in the lobby, so they are getting ready. We should be jumping into round one shortly, so do be please patient and wait for us to get into the action here. Gaijin, I want to get your thoughts too on Suna. We've seen the stats. Maybe take us into a mind of where this leads us. You know, do you see what do maps 2 and 3 maybe looking like in your mind?
Ooh, that's tough. Depending on what gets picked, that could very much change the outcome of the game. Because Suna is very much an aimers map, and I gotta follow this. I gotta follow the statistics and say AESIR definitely has the edge for Suna. And then depending on what the next map picks look like and how hard these teams have been practicing them, it could go either way from there.
Yeah, we are just moments away from getting in to Suna as they fire up this lobby, and we do get ready to dive in. Let's hear it from the crowd. Map 1 just a few moments away here. I don't. Just watch out. We're into round 1 here. Yellow Hat, take us away. We started off with the action here, opening up on site. Yeah. Oh, that was a warm-up. I got excited. I got excited.
It's a little test for the desk, but let's get started here with round number 1. AESIR on the Rayab side on the defense and REKT on the offense here. It's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams approach this first round of each side. So, of course, you know, AESIR going to be on that defense. You got to wonder, are they going to, you know, stack a site, or are they going to be, you know, potentially doing things? We do see a initial gunfight, some utility coming out from both sides. 2 kills going the way of AESIR there as Taquito looks to pick up a couple. Free Fire coming in through the smoke right now. A 3rd kill off of REKT. REKT lose 4 players, and now a 1 versus 5 right off the rip. AESIR holding it down on the site, and just like that, a clean sweep from the AESIR squad, bringing up a 1-0.
A solid opener from them, to say the least. Gaijin, round 1 kicks off, and we already have Rayab in the lead 1-0.
Yeah, and I think that is to be expected just because AESIR have incredible aim talent, especially on those pistols, especially a player like Taquito who got that nice double. And yeah, no, excellent round out of AESIR.
Let's see what we get for round 2 as we do dive in to the action here. Nades and utility coming out over the top, and excited to see what the splits look like. You got to consider, where are we going? A, B. The defense is really in their head right now as they do wait for information. They're just waiting for details, and the pre-fire is information, as we do have a bit of shots coming out up through the center, but not too much. A little bit across the map, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's action going on both sides of the map right now, and as the defense, you got to wonder, do you consider an early rotate? Do you just kind of stick to your guns? And so, if you make the wrong choice, that could easily cost the round. So we do see Tarmac picking up a kill onto Beck to open things up for REKT. Another kill coming for Tarmac, but Julian going to be taking out Kilo there. Shots ringing out, utility coming out. Tech9 Jr. picking up Nadix there, and now we have a 3 versus 2. REKT have the man advantage, but of course, AESIR, another person down. Tech9 Jr. going to be taking out Rise, and now is forced into a 1 versus 2 clutch with Basil and Tarmac. We do see them planting that scanner. It does go down. Tarmac able to take out Tech9 Jr. and REKT going to be even in the score and taking their first full rifle round.
Here we go. We're tied up 1-1, guys, and it's the start of the NA Grand Finals.
And what a start we have. That round was a fist fight with the trades going back and forth, ending the round with just a small man advantage. REKT playing a very good default there and closing out the round.
Looks like we're getting ready for round 3 here as we do dive in to our opener and utility, the mainstay. We talked about it a little bit. That nade barrage is something you got to watch out for if you're on defense or offense even. Some defensive nades will catch you.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you get an early nade pick, that can be devastating, depending on either side. Even just the early nade damage alone, that can, really screw things up for, kind of the plan there. And so we do see a couple smokes coming out, a couple nades. Beck going to be picking up the first kill onto Basil with a nicely placed headshot there. No reaction from REKT just yet. And, AESIR, again, they get that early pick. They got to be feeling confident in this round right now. But, we do see, gunfire exchange back and forth. Sakila getting taken out. Julian picking up a kill. Takedo picking up another kill. And now it's Tarmac in a 1 versus 4 situation. The question is, do AESIR know about anything regarding the scanner? Nice nade coming out.
Man, that was close. Almost kicked things off for Tarmac in what would be an amazing comeback in land. And this is when you're going to see it. This is when you're going to see the clutch or kick moments come through, is when they're on stage, when the pressure is at its highest. It is something we only get when we're live in person.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds left, Tarmac doesn't really have too many options to try to figure out here, but gets taken out by Neuro, and AESIR taking up another round.
Yeah, not a surprise for me to see AESIR leading 2-1 here, Gaijin, but your thoughts after the start there?
Yeah, no, that first B hit worked out really well for REKT, but it just showed that round, the third round just showed off how, the high caliber of both of these teams, because AESIR immediately had an answer for it.
Yeah, but as we get into this next round here, again, what are REKT going to change up? They, honestly, talking about the map a little bit, Suna, it is one of those more traditional maps, but as we see already, before I can even say anything, Nadix picks up a kill, Rise picks up another kill onto Beck, and REKT now have that man advantage 4 versus 3, and AESIR have to be feeling the pressure. Tarmac picks up another kill, the attack going well to the Julian!
That was the collateral if there ever has been. It's like Killa was alone now trying to battle off this team, and how do you process this? You're the only one left alive on your squad. What's your strategy for holding this down?
I don't know if you saw that though. Rise actually passed a nade to Sakila there in a little, trick. Yeah, but Tech9 Jr. The pressure's against them, and in a 1 versus 2 situation, they have control, and you got to wonder, how they're going to position themselves. They need to try to force whatever 1v1 they can. Rise going to swing, but going to miss the shot. And we pick it up both and clutching it up for AESIR.
There's the clutch. We got our first one. It's just the beginning, guys.
The first of many. Hopefully, for all 3 maps. But oh my
Five.
goodness.
What do you mean? We're here for
Excuse me, pardon me.
The NA Finals.
But oh my gosh, sometimes you do everything right, but your opponent's just having a really good
Look
day.
at the replay. Look at the double. We love to see it. Shout out to Bobo VR for enabling us to have extra lifespan on our headsets this afternoon as people use Quest 2s and 3s, battling it out at the highest level of competition. It's on display here.
Ooh, 2 kills going in the way of REKT right now. They put it to a 5 versus 3, and the attack is going to come in as AESIR do spot both smokes. They're going to pick up 1 through the smoke. There's actually a tiny little gap that, but Nadix answers right back onto Neuro, and the site is going to be taken.
Oh, the shots. So close on the cross there, but they're aware. Taquito and Tech are crashing now over to the other side, and they're running into some resistance. Taquito finds a vital pick to keep him alive, and now only him alive, as they do look for some sort of retake. They know that this squad is over here. They had the details with utility that have come in earlier off of the round, and now Taquito's trying to work off of all that detail that he's gathered over the course of this round. And well, when there's 3 alive surrounding you, it's a little hard.
It is a tall order, in fact, but Tarmac going to put an end to that, and REKT picking up a 2nd round there. AESIR very much still in the lead, but again, it's only by 1 round. So these rounds really have already been going just back and forth, and it's hard to call kind of early on. You know, even some of these teams are getting that early advantage, and it winds up going to the way of the other team. So, you know, the traditional caster saying of anything can happen is certainly true in this match.
Man, I'm so thrilled to be here. It's taken a while to make it happen, and we're happy to be part of the 2nd LAN for VAIL so far, delivering in some amazing plays, some highlights to say the least to take home for the squad. And I see Gaijin reacting off of near misses just to the right of me as that one almost connects. Smoke's coming out, info to work off of if you are on the defensive squad right now.
Surely, and I mean, again, a lot of early util just going back and forth, and we do see a swing by Beck gets taken out early on. REKT's going to have that man advantage yet again, and they're doing everything they can to clear the site, but Julian takes out 2 just like that, holding it down on that B site, and the cavalry is going to be coming in. 1 player does get spotted over in that midsection. The information there. Neuro and they're going to be trading there with the nade, and now a 2-on-3 versus for the REKT squad to try to make something happen there. They're going to be spotting. Oh, Julian picking up Rise, and now it's Saikila versus 3. 50 seconds left. Has a little bit of time to work with, but again, a tall order like Taquito had last round. A 1 versus 3. You know, what can he really do here?
Well, we can't get anyone out yet. We've seen some great clutches come through.
There's one.
The start of what they need to make happen for their team to lock in another round win in the first half of round 1, map 1, round 6, map 1 for the VRML Con 2024. Let's hear it in the crowd. We're getting ready for what could be a big push. There's the dive out from Tech 9 to catch a point up. And, well, hey, REKT getting closer and closer, keeping this first half close. I mean, that's not too bad on the attacking side, you know, for Suna, I feel like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I would argue that you do have a defender's advantage in VAIL. And one thing I do want to point out amongst both of these teams is the last 3 rounds have been won by hero plays, like split-second 2Ks and 3Ks from just individuals showing up.
Ooh, an early pick coming out from Neuro there as he picks off Tarmac over in mid. So AESIR already getting that man advantage there, which is not going to be favorable for this REKT squad, especially as we were just saying, Suna being a little bit defender-sided. Utility coming in from both sides, everybody dancing and dodging around nades. The drop shot coming in from Beck as he picks up Saikilo, and now a 3 versus 5. AESIR have not lost a man or even, even really anything here. And so VAIL, though, answers and gets the first kill on the Beck. Neuro answers right back with a double of his own, both headshots, and now VAIL in a 1 versus 4. So, really, some of these rounds that are going REKT's way, it's because they're getting their trades, but when they don't, I mean, AESIR, they're just holding it down on this defense right now.
I just saw a knife get thrown there, and I reel back to our script, our discussions of the pre-show where we thought, hey, let's talk about the knife maybe. But then we were like, there's no way a knife's coming out here. Let's be realistic, okay? And there it was thrown. I mean, maybe for an audio distraction.
Maybe, or maybe, somebody just gets lucky, but Taquito going to put an end to that, and AESIR up 5-2 right now, just holding it down on this defense. REKT, you got to wonder what they can change up.
I mean, you know, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But REKT is very heavily relying on their B takes. And it was working early on, and it's worked in bits and pieces, but AESIR keep closing out these rounds.
Yeah, you got to do some processing if you're on this team. You have to adapt to your surroundings, to the pressure of the LAN, and to the strategies that are being deployed at you round to round. That's what the best do. That's what we're going to probably see here as this AESIR squad sets up for defense. Already some kills coming through.
You know, how well will REKT be able to hold the site, you know, from the retake situation that we're presumably going to be having right now as that scanner goes down. 40 seconds left on the scanner. Tarmac picks off a first kill, swinging the favor to REKT, but Neuro answers right back with a headshot of their own. 33 seconds left.
2v2.
Time is ticking. And AESIR have to clear everything, but Basil gets one. Unable to get the second just yet. They're dancing back and forth. And the shots go through, but Julian answers right back, and it's a 1 versus 1. Julian versus Lodge. He's going to be clutching it. Again, AESIR stealing another round from REKT.
Wow, the scanner down, the advantage on the players there, and AESIR come back for another one. That's 6-2. That's the first half done. We're going to swap sides, guys. And what are your thoughts on AESIR taking that first half?
They're putting on an absolute clinic on their defensive side. Let's see if they can keep it up on the attacking colonist side. But oh my goodness, Julian, what a play.
Oh no, I was thinking, do we swap next round?
I think we play 8 rounds first, and then
Okay, my fault. Anyway, back into the action we go for AESIR versus REKT. Shout out to everyone tuning in. If you are stopping by online, we appreciate you hanging out, watching the action on the VAIL YouTube channel. You're missing out on what is an amazing LAN presentation here with these players battling it out on stage. The crowd is incredibly hyped. Tech9 finding the first kill of the afternoon, and shots coming in from the other side of the map. So again, trying to split that attention of this defense.
Yeah, I mean, the pistol round is a really critical round to try to, you know, gain any momentum. And AESIR get that opening pick. Julian picks off another one. And AESIR, again, just kind of in the lead right now. Basil does answer back with a kill of their own, bringing it back to a 3 versus 4 for the REKT squad. But as that sound cue goes, the scanner is going to go down. The retake going to need to happen from REKT. Time is, of course, ticking. Shots fired from both teams. Tarmac and Tech9 going to be trading. Nadix picking up kill on Taquito. And now Neuro gets the kill onto Basil. And now it's Nadix in a 1 versus 2 situation here. A tall order once again. But we've seen Nadix so many times in VAIL's history, seeing if he could do anything. But, of course, the teamwork is going to triumph there, and Neuro going to be picking up the headshot at the Nadix, and AESIR extend their lead to a 7-2.
Closer and closer to taking map 1 here. REKT having a hard time finding their footing on Suna despite the side swap, but it's the pistol round. So that's, if anything, the great equalizer, right? That's when everyone has those sort of similar tools. And now as we get into these later rounds, we're going to see more utility, more of that nade barrage that we've been seeing, the smokes, and obviously the M4. We talked about those meta rifles, the choices that these players like to make. We're seeing them well on display here this afternoon.
Certainly, and I mean, you know, you got to wonder how AESIR are going to, you know, how they're going to be able to. Oh, the early picks coming out, but Taquito picks up 2. Sakilo does get a trade kill though, so it is a 4 versus 3 situation. But AESIR once again with the man advantage. Rise able to pick off Tech9 Tuner, but actually they wind up trading there. So now a 2 versus 3 situation. Basil going to be firing shots. They do know where the one AESIR player is, but you know, do they know where the other 2 are?
Yeah, the questions you have to be asking yourself as you do hear all the info around you. You know, it's hard to filter out our voice, the voice of the crowd, and you got to process all of this with your teammate's voice. And I talked to some of the guys that played just earlier today, and they were saying that they were actually really able to filter out all of that noise around.
What a read!
Nades like that as Basil tosses a beautiful one over the top, cracking the egg of B site potentially. We'll have to see if they can find any way further here because time is ticking down for this team to defuse. The scanner has been down for
And
a
a swing
while.
from Tarmac.
There's the kill. We're doing another nade!
And that is where the experience comes
There
in.
it
REKT.
is.
In those 2v3 situations with the 2 longest tenured members of this team. What a play out of Basil and Tarmac.
That was, well, again, the highlights to be expected of this afternoon. I'm going to anticipate more of those coming our way today. If you are just stopping by, you're not going to want to leave because it's only the beginning for those teams. They're just starting to get warmed up, I feel like, as we do see some of those trademark nades that VAIL has been connecting with, all season long, hit their mark here in LAN.
Certainly, and Basil, having played with him and against him, he is really just one of those very intelligent players, and he really just decided last round, I don't need to use my gun, I could just sink a couple three-pointers, and certainly he did. So shout out to him on that round, but the lead is still strong coming in from AESIR, so the pressure is still there, of course, for REKT to try to bring this back a little bit. They have so much time to work with over on the AESIR side on their attack, and they're just kind of playing it cool. They're not really taking any unnecessary risks that they don't need to, but again, they're just doing a good job of really trading each other out, and that's, I think, really what's putting them ahead.
We got to be cautious when we get into these tight, tense moments. We don't want to give anything away. And so for now, it is just questioning where could this squad be. They haven't got info except for that nade deployment there. That is information. Someone has to be throwing them over on that side. And you can see Psychilla trying to react off of what was a peek out there from Julian, who opens up the start of round 11 for in favor of REKT. They're looking great here on the attack.
Yeah, Beck picks up a kill, but Tarmac able to answer right back. But Taquito at the same time answers back as well as they pick off Tarmac. And now, again, it's a 2 versus 4 for REKT to try to figure something out here.
Oh, a huge kill from Rise, keeping him in this one. The pickup on the backside from Taquito. A nice one that does even the odds just a touch. Rise still alive and well. And, oh, the long-range pick from Tech9. Rise making the right read. He was anticipating that there was a rotation coming because they were, again, processing all the details, the timing. Where is this squad? What's happening? And then to come out with a nice move there. I mean, those shots, we're seeing some stocks in use here. Maybe that's the key for some of those longer-range kills.
No, yeah, absolutely. Especially on a map like Suna, that can 100% be the difference maker. And yeah, in that last round, put AESIR match point.
Yeah,
Let's see if
right.
they can close it out.
We are here
For
on map point. Yes, for map 1 of this best of 5 between the top 2 squads in North America. It's AESIR versus REKT. And will we have a map 1 winner crowned here? We'll see soon as kills come cascading through. Multiple connecting. And again, it looks like AESIR are looking good here on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, they've already picked up 3 kills on the AESIR side of things, and, again, they're just doing a good job getting those early picks, not getting traded. Basil, once again, getting a nade kill onto Tech9 there, so they even the score just a little bit. Shots ringing out for both sides. Taquito picks up Rise, and now it's Basil to try to hold on in a 1 versus 2 clutch. Can he do it?
Oh, I thought that might have been the start of something there, but the scanner goes down, and now Basil has to retake. They'll jump off, look for some shots, check their corners, not find anyone tucked in to any tight defensive angles, and instead have to hunt the rest of this offense from the AESIR squad, and it's AESIR taking our first map of this best of 5. A strong opener from them, and, well, if you were to ask me, expected.
We did hear that they were, untouchable, and, maybe we're eating our words here a little bit, but, a 9-3 victory, it is pretty decisive, and, they were definitely just playing the better game there. They were getting the kills. They weren't getting traded out by REKT. They weren't able to really secure those trades on the REKT side, and ultimately, I mean, that's kind of just what put them ahead.
Yeah, a solid opener, to say the least, to this NA Grand Finals. Guys, and your quick thoughts on map 1 on Suna.
AESIR put on just a clinic on Suna.
Yeah.
They used all of the natural advantages that they have. And of course, it's like you can't know what's going on inside of the heads of players, but it looks like the pressure might be getting direct.
We'll have to see. We're only a few minutes away from more action. We are going to cut to ads here for a quick couple of minutes, and when we come back, it'll be map number 2 of AESIR versus REKT, VAIL NA Finals live at VRML Con.
Every business has a story to tell. Just like virtual reality, your brand story should transport your viewer to another place and time. Work with Grapevine, and we'll help you do just that. Get started today.
Hello once again. We do have another giveaway. Now, before we do this one, I do want to say if you're unsure, if you heard maybe you won one of the previous giveaways, all of these have been done on stream, so you should be able to go back, watch any of the VODs, double check the numbers that were called out for those giveaways, and you have until the end of tomorrow's event to claim that prize. You could talk to any of the staff members at VRML Con to get that rolling if you did in fact win one of those prizes. Now, right now, I am in front of the Pavlov Shack 1v1 tournament area. It's really cool. There's so much awesome stuff to do at VRML. But again, we have another giveaway to do. So, right now, we will start with the HyperX Quadcast microphone. This one right here. That's going to be the number on the wristband, 56544. 56544. If that is you, give a shout. If that's not you, give a shout as well, because this is awesome. Woo! It'll get stronger, don't worry. So that's for the microphone. Next, we have the HyperX Cloud Revolver headset right here in front of me. That is going to go to 56220. 56220. Once again, give a loud shout out for that one. Watch, the next one's going to be awesome. All right, one more. We have the HyperX Zero Buds Pro going to 56209. 56209. That's these guys right here. And one more time, let me hear you, VRML God! Let's go. See you in a minute. And we are back for another map pick. This time it is going to be Team REKT with the pick. Team REKT, would you like to pick a map or defer?
Defer.
Oh, another deferral. All right, AESIR, which map will you be picking?
We're going to go with Miru.
Mirror. Attack or defend?
Defend.
Let's get it.
We really do appreciate your amazing energy and introducing these team captains and the map picks. And let's look back on last map, a little reflection, and let's talk about KDs. Let's talk about how these players have performed, and let's start with, I think, the losing team to give us a bit of a picture on why they may have lost there. If we look at Tarmac, the leading KD amongst that REKT team, but at 12 and 10, so just barely positive.
Yeah, and I mean, especially, Tarmac has always kind of been REKT's, IGL, their in-game leader, the shot caller. And if you know anything about esports, the IGL usually falls cursed to having a pretty bad KD. So to see them on top,
I'm cutting you off right there, because if you're going to say the IGL has a bad KD, then I'm going to point you to Taquito on this KD right here, leading their team on AESIR 14 and 7 on this first map. I mean, talk to me about this AESIR squad and Taquito leading them to a victory for map 1.
That was just an absolutely insane performance out of all of them. It looks like the pressure is not getting to any of them. And yeah, Taquito and Neuro definitely standout performances from that on that map at 14 and 13 kills each respectively. But the player I really want to highlight is Julian. He's at 10 and 5, which is not quite like in the stratosphere for this level of competition.
Right.
But the kills he did get were 1v2s, 1v3s, double entries.
Okay.
Like they had a huge impact.
I mean, Julian being the standout, is that 10 and 5? Can you still get MVP if you're not the kill leader? Can that work?
I mean, you certainly can. I mean, that's what we call impact frags right there,
Okay.
Yeah, again, just like those kills being so important, they were, key rounds where he got those 1v2s and 1v3s, as we were saying. And, sometimes that's more important. It's not necessarily always about KD. So, as long as the kills are impactful, I mean, even you look at Basil 7 and 10, but some of those kills allowed REKT to get some of those round wins. So, you really have to factor that in as well, too.
Yep,
exactly. I love that double we just got there on the replay. It's these replays really showing you the aim skill that's on display this afternoon. I think that's one thing we talked about with Suna being an aim-heavy map, right? And AESIR definitely shining there.
Yes, no, for sure. I think that is definitely their strongest map. But
where are we going for map 2? I forgot what the map
we're going for Miru, which REKT have a secret weapon up their sleeve. Because I don't know if everyone...
Can you say it out loud? Is it going to be too...
it's public information.
Okay.
It is Tarmac made the map.
Okay. Do you think that's going to be a foot in the door for REKT here to get their first map in VRML Con 2024?
It could be. It could not be. I don't mean to give such a 50-50 answer, but again, it's a team-based game, and whichever team is working together better, and whichever team is just doing it up more, they're ultimately going to pull ahead.
Quick shout out to another Axiom for sponsoring that highlight scene, coming in as the developers of Gorilla Tag. We really appreciate their support here in VRML Con 2024, one of the many that have made this possible. You can see them ticking down there on the bottom of the screen. HyperX also obviously been doing giveaways. They're using HyperX headphones up there on stage right now. You can see them wearing them. Kiwi, Basil, Nadix, Rise, Tarmac, the full squad of REKT, equipped and ready to go for the second map here.
And we're equipped with some HyperX too as well.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if the cams can see the keyboard we have available here, but we're going to the rosters. We'll take a look at it later. It looks good. We've got it here for all of the weekend.
Yes,
thanks to AESIR. Thanks to HyperX. But AESIR's on the mind. Where do you see? I think we saw some subs actually coming in over on REKT.
Yeah, I think so. We have Kiwi swapping in, and I'm trying to see who else. I believe we have.
There's 2, I think. I don't.
Yeah.
You got to pay attention
to
those death swaps.
Kiwi and Fizz.
Kiwi and Fizz.
They just did it so fast.
You can look right there and see who got subbed out right in front of your face. But I don't know who these faces are. I haven't memorized them yet. I just met these players for the first time. I mean, that's the beauty of VRMLCon, right? Is that you get to meet all of your friends for what is sometimes the first time that you've ever seen them in real life. And I mean, I've signed a couple of shirts. I've seen a lot of people. I mean, it's my first time to hang out with the Gaskin squad. So it's a great event, and I'm happy that there's been so many people showing up and hanging out, and that we've got such a great crowd for VAIL this afternoon. Because man, the start of things definitely was fast, and that's kind of the tempo I think AESIR wants to set here this afternoon for the start of this series. Johan.
Certainly. I mean, even on their attacking side, we saw them just, they get a pick and they just immediately capitalize on it. And, them being able to do that and doing that so, consistently and effectively, like that kind of set them ahead, and, maybe they'll be able to do that again on their attacking side here.
Well, I'll do it all over again and get predictions one more time. Is it going to be REKT, AESIR? I don't know, but we'll see. How do you see map 2 going here, Yellow Hat, for REKT and AESIR?
Well, with AESIR now just putting on a 9-3 for game number 1. Oh, man.
Fairweather fan, are you going to change?
I don't know. It's tough.
REKT. Okay, we have to move on. We're getting ready for the map. You're REKT. What do you got, guys?
REKT. I'm just going to stick with it. I don't care.
Okay, I'll stay with AESIR for Miru. They've been playing good so far, and we are just about ready to get into map number 2 as these two teams dive in to the action. Let's hear it here at VRML Con. A little hype up for the folks at home. How are we feeling? We're ready for map 2. Thank you for patiently waiting for the technical element of us jumping into the lobby. We've got everyone loading in for what I think is our warm-up round. Let's not jump to any crazy conclusions.
It is the warm-up. I saw pistols. I got scared for a second. I'm like, oh my God, I hope we didn't miss anything. But we are.
Just the warm-up round, but we should be getting into map number 2 here shortly, as it does seem like we have on the attacking side REKT, on the defending side AESIR. Did I get that right?
REKT on the defense and
correct.
AESIR on the attack. So REKT electing to select defense in deferment of the map pick here. So, we'll see how that kind of works out. But, again, we talk about that defender-sided advantage, and that can certainly help get some early momentum, which can be critical for, either one of these teams. We do have shots ringing out from both teams, and, a little bit of damage done either way. Some util coming out, nothing too crazy yet. Just both teams really testing the waters and seeing where the defense is if you're AESIR, or where they're trying to attack if you're REKT. And AESIR, as the attacking team, they have control of the clock and the pace. Kiwi picking up a first kill, Beck picking up a second kill, and Natives also picking up a kill there as well. Natives with a double, swings out. He came into game 2 ready to play. Tarmac picking up another one, and now it's Beck versus 4, and his location should have been known based off the initial kill that Beck did get. But again, a 1 versus 4. He has to try to the swing here, and a couple hits going both ways. A minute left on the clock. Beck trying to do whatever they can to, make the fight a little bit more fair. More shots coming out as Kiwi tries, but Tarmac going to be putting them down, and REKT pick up their first round.
I think AESIR's feeling good here this afternoon with that opener, guys.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
Oh, sorry, that was REKT. That's not
I mean,
oh, man, sorry.
The man who made the map getting a nice 2K on there.
That helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it does. And then Nadix with an absolutely beautiful 2-piece holding the B site in an aggressive forward position. I think REKT may have just needed a little bit of a map to wake up, and let's see what happens as we get into our first gun round. Yeah, as we're talking, I mean, that early momentum can go so far for, either one of these teams. We do see some Uto coming out. Julian picking up Fizz there, the first kill going away, but Kiwi gets back, and some shots continue to ring out. Neuro picking up Kiwi there, though, shutting down that advanced position. Tarmac picking up Tech9 Jr. They bring it back. Tarmac with another headshot there onto Julian as they bring it to a 3 versus 2. Neuro and Taquito left for AESIR there as they try to make something happen here. They have plenty of time left on the clock. Shots ringing out, but missing there.
They don't know how close they're getting in some of these moves, and well, it's because we're able to see through these walls with some of our casting tools and a little bit of trade up through the middle that puts us into a 1v2 now, I think, maybe something like that, as we do see Nero trying to hold down this attacking set, and Tarmac will clean things up. It's another point for REKT. This might be the bounce back we were talking about, guys, and map pick could be everything for this team.
Absolutely. If I am on REKT, that is exactly the start that I would want, especially after just how dominant AESIR were on Suna. And again, back to Tarmac. 5 kills in 2 rounds between rifles and pistols. He came here to say, this is his turn.
Yeah, that's you got to feel confident with yourself on a live stage, performing as well as they are here in this second map. And Basil Maz kicking things off with a kill themselves, taking down Nero. REKT again, opening up with that early kill lead. Taquito with another refrag, turning it back to a 4-4 in a battle for this site, opening up here down through the center as utilities, flashes, smokes come out. Now the push swinging over towards B side as fights erupt. Smoke and utilities, shots coming in, and there's a connection on the backside from Taquito as they swing, ring around the Rosie on the hunt for Kiwi. They'll find him. And it comes down now to a 1v2. Tarmac trying to keep the dream alive for the likes of this REKT defense.
Yeah, Tarmac in a 1 versus 2 situation has to try to figure out where both these, now defenders are, as the roles kind of reverse when you're in that retake situation. So Tarmac has to try to do anything that he can do here, and the time is ticking. I mean, we've already burned up a third of the scanner clock, and no shots, no nothing.
Oh, a little pre-fire. Oh, right into the
face
of Taquito there, and Taquito connecting, getting their team on the board. AESIR got one. I mean, Miru, how do we feel? 50-50 on win rate for the attacking team, the defending team? What's the vibe there?
I do feel that it is a little bit more defender-sided in the times that I have played Miru. It is one of the newer maps to VAIL, and that's just kind of my experience with it, but it does seem to favor the defense side. They have elevated positions they can attack from, and a lot of the alleyways are kind of, close quarters and whatnot, so, it's really easy to, rain some hell with some nades there, and, we see that happening. I mean, we saw a couple nade kills go in the way of AESIR last round, but again, some early util from both teams here as they look to try to find an opening there. Nades coming through once again. Everybody just it's just
Real
nade
close.
central.
Well, they don't know how close they are, and unless they're listening to me tell them how close they are, they don't have a lot of time to really react off of that info. This is a fast-paced game. You can't really sit around and try and process details. You have to have a plan in mind before you make the moves, and this seems like a plan in mind for AESIR.
And 2 kills going in the way of AESIR there again, but Basil does pick up 1 in a trade, and we do see that scanner go down, and now a 3 versus 4 retake here for REKT to try to pull up. Fizz gonna get taken out, Tarmac gonna get taken out, and now it's Kiwi taking out 1, makes it a second, now brings it back to a 1 versus 2, has to try to find both players within the allotted time. Less than 30
Do
seconds.
they? They could go back, get the scanner interrupt, get that extra point on the board. That's still a viable option. They got to be worried about that if you're now on
Kiwi
the
picks up
offense
another.
that's defending. Kiwi's on the path of the comeback here. Found the first of 2 that they'll need as they are wary of that additional threat. And here's what I was talking about. The scanner coming through. They're going to try to stick this. The shots erupt, and there's the swing from Julian to shut it down. It's the scanner cap, the round win to what was the defending attacking side. But we're tied 2 apiece here between these 2 squads. The best that VAIL has to offer on the North American side, Gaijin, and man, we're getting some great action.
Oh, absolutely. We had what an excellent effort out of Kiwi. Started as a 1v4, came down to the 1v1. These rounds are coming down to the smallest decisions, the smallest mistakes made.
That's what you get when you get the best players in VR jumping in and battling it out against each other as Basil Maz kicks things off for the defense with a nice early opener, puts them into an advantage, then quickly gets punished by Julian. Back into a 4-4. Nades and utility connect, putting down Kiwi and Nadix. And now Nadix on the hunt for more, finds 2. There's only 1 left on Taquito to defend. Now attack, I suppose, with 1:20 left.
1 versus 4 again, picks up Tarmac there. Sees the second, not connecting the shots though. Does have 1:20, so they have plenty of time to try to make something happen. But again, their best bet, try to isolate these fights, try to make it a 1v1 3 times over. But Taquito trying to get whatever information they can.
What?
And there's a nade on the Nadix there.
Beautiful toss there. Another one coming out. That one not going to be as pretty, but here with 50 seconds left, they got to make a move. There's the second kill. They spin for the... Oh! Get it!
Fizz shuts it down just like that. REKT picking up a 3rd round. Again, so close. Taquito bringing it to a 1v1. Kiwi bringing it to a 1v1 in the round before, but just so close, yet no cigar as the last player on the opposing team able to secure the round.
What? I have nothing to say about these last 2 rounds. All of these players are capable of such amazing feats at any moment, and their abilities need to be respected by one another. Because taking these 1v1s is a sure way to let your opponent have a foot in the door.
No kidding. Here we go.
Nadix.
Round number 6.
Already picking up Taquito that early in the round.
That stinks.
So REKT getting that early advantage once again. VAIL getting a kill onto Neuro after Neuro trades out Nadix though. So REKT in a 4 versus 3 defense here. AESIR down in men, but maybe not down in spirit per se. They have plenty of time yet again. I mean, so much of this action has already happened in the early rounds. And, as the attacking team, as I say again, you have the opportunity to control the pace of the round. Do you want to just slam and go fast, or do you want to just take the time and use up the entire clock as you can? We do see some util and some shots going back and forth and back and forth. Minute left on the clock. No real progress made for AESIR on this round just yet. And you got to wonder, I mean, with the attention, over there, I mean, do you commit there? Do you try to
it's hard. It's the real battle of defense. Do you dive in and go all into a site that you think's being pushed, or do you maintain your 2-1-2 split? Do you do a little bit of rotating to check for some certain angles? That's a risk. If you do check, just like Biz, check for that angle. They catch that kill. Finding Tech9, there's another from Basil Maz coming through, and Beck now off of the list. Julian alone in a 1v4, trying to hold things down in the pinch up through the center, puts this REKT squad up 4-2 here on map 2.
Yeah, I mean, REKT certainly have the momentum right now. Again, 4-2, that's a lead that they, can try to really extend there. And, I mean, if they're able to do that, I mean, they'll feel good. They'll have enough rounds to play with as they swap sides. I mean, we'll see, though. AESIR have the equal opportunity to try to catch this up and even tie the half 4-4. So, it still is anybody's game despite this early round lead. Some early nades coming out as well. A early bit of pre-fire, even more nades. I mean, it's a war of, util here.
We talked about it in the pre-show, the nade barrage, the connection there, though, coming in a 1-for-1 trade that puts things back into a 4v4. There's a swing out of the smoke, through the smoke. Nero and Beck connecting. A nade over the top finds its connection, and Basil Maz has put 2 on the board. They're trying to hold down A's side, and they get denied by Julian. Where is the rotation? It's Nadix. That's the entirety of the rotation. The only defender left to hold down A's site. And they'll be right up in the face of Julian. They spin for the save!
Oh my God! Nadix with the 1 versus 2.
Oh my God, that is what you expect to see out of a player like Nadix. He has been a young up-and-coming talent in this scene for years now. There's a reason he is one of the few players who's made it to the finals twice in VAIL. And he's showing us why.
Yeah, he is. They are on display this afternoon, 8-5-2, tied with Kiwi at 8-5-3. So actually, they're in the lead. They got the better KD. Oh no, that's an assist. So they are down just by 1 assist to Kiwi on that KD there for the REKT squad. But man, what a bounce back from what was otherwise a rough map 1. They're looking in control here on Miru. Can they keep piling on to their lead? It's 5-2 right now. Basil Maz continues to tear apart the AESIR squad here.
And he's hungry and looking for more, but Taquito going to be shutting that early defense aggression down. And, despite that, I mean, AESIR still at the numbers disadvantage as Nadix is going to trade out, and Fizz picks up Julian there, and now it's Tech9 Jr. We've seen him clutch before in this series. Is he going to be able to do it again? Has plenty of time, but Fizz shuts that down. REKT extending their lead 6-2.
Well, we swap sides. We get a chance for AESIR to attack. Do you think that's going to be the pace change that they need in map 2?
Only time will tell, but honestly, I got whiplash from what a roller coaster that half was. The scoreboard does not reflect how close these rounds are.
No, it is. I mean, it does if you look at the KDs. You can see that there's kills coming through from that losing squad. You look at the bottom of your screen there, you'll see them all stacked up next to the player names. A push down here in the basement that lands with Fizz in a 1-for-1. A nice martyrdom nade there for Tech9 as they held it in their offhand. A 1-for-1 over the top there. That keeps us into a close 3-3 for round number 9 of map 2.
Yeah, the scanner does go down. Nades come in, and, again, now AESIR have to try to take control and try to get this retake, but Nadix picks off 1, Tarmac picks off 1, and now it's back in a 1 versus 3. Again, just, each AESIR player being tested here. Shots ring out. They know exactly where Beck is, and REKT are hungry. They could potentially be converging or just be, kind of chilling out here. Nadic's going to be putting an end to that, though, and REKT extending their lead 7-2. A complete opposite storyline we're seeing this game from game number 1.
What a statement it would be from REKT to close out this next map at a larger round disparity between these teams than they just received. Like, there's okay,
Yeah.
AESIR, you guys can dish it out, so can we.
Yeah, that would be a heck of a way to get back into the series and really shut down the momentum that AESIR was riding in to map 2 with. Off of a great Suna performance, they are fighting now for every bit of the round, every bit of the kill, and they are not finding a whole lot of success against REKT, who is now defending and cutting down AESIR, trying to push to site.
Yeah, AESIR going to be picking up 3 kills there. Taquito picking off 2 there. Basil does pick off Julian, and Tarmac picks off Taquito, bringing it back to a 2 versus 2. But as I say that, Beck is able to get that long-range kill onto Tarmac, and now it's Basil in a 1 versus 2. Basil, again, we talked about how intelligent of a player he is. He brains over brawn when it comes to Basil. The scanner is going to go down, and now AESIR forced to go for this retake. If Basil is able to potentially isolate these players, I mean, he could win it. But again, it's, AESIR have, this retake to do.
Ooh.
Shots going to be coming out. Basil's position going to be exposed there. Nade coming out. And
Oh!
Earl picks it up with a 3-pointer as he's going to be taking out Basil and going to be stopping that scan.
What a good bit of coordination there, necessary, quite frankly, at this level, because, gosh, you start throwing yourselves one at a time at any one of these players on either the REKT roster or the AESIR roster, and they're all capable of picking you apart one at a time. They have that skill, and they can do it in one mag, quite frankly. They've got great aim. They can hit those headshots. You got to be cautious when you challenge the best.
And we've seen that already with Julian, with Tech9 Jr. both picking up clutches, with Basil picking up clutches. I mean, every player here on this stage right now is capable of, just absolutely winning a round if they really need to.
Here we go. Round 11 of map number 2. If you are just tuning in, you've missed amazing action, quite frankly. But I know there's a lot of folks that have been sitting down live at VRMLCon watching and cheering. And we do appreciate your support. Yeah, let's hear it from the crowd. Love to see that. Love to hear it. And, well, they're just buying time for me and for us as we wait for this squad to start to make their move, to give any information to this defense, right? Where's the utility coming from? Are there pre-fire shots? Those are the questions you got to answer. And here comes some smoke, some nades. Does that mean you shift to A? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, we can, again, nothing real. As I say that, Beck able to pick up a double just like that.
But that wasn't even where the push is coming from. Taquito's here to shut that down, though. Kiwi able to get Taquito with the nade over the top. They'll quickly go down, though, to Tech9 in a really nice bounce-back round from AESIR as they do close that gap a little bit that has been getting closer and closer, quite frankly. We're one away from map point for REKT.
Absolutely. Kiwi was a standout player in the last half, and he almost won a 1v4 attempt. He was a player to fear when he was on the defensive side, and AESIR just said, oh, you're in a 4v1. Once again, we're not going to let you get your foot in the door this time.
Whew. Wow, love to see it. The pressure feels like it's mounting, and my heart rate is starting to increase as Smokes and Utility come out, and everything going down at A side. A multi-kill coming in from Tech9 and Taquito. Another from Tech9, absolutely picking apart this A side defense. And there is, well, I guess offense. I don't know how they got all the way in there from Tarmac now, trying to battle back what is a defense seemingly attacking them. I mean, the roles are reversing left and right, and we'll see if Tarmac can pull off the 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, again, Tarmac, another, really just intelligent player. And, again, that's why he's the shot caller for REKT. And, minute 13 on the clock has a lot of time to play with. Shots do ring out from both teams, though, so they know generally where each other is. And, I mean, a minute 5, again, he's, as I say that, just gets immediately shut down by Beck. So Taquito and Tech9 Jr. both picking up a double, and AESIR are clawing their way back.
Yeah, they are, and they're getting closer and closer to a second map win. That's closer and closer to series map afterwards, where they could take everything in 3. It's not what REKT need. They need to battle that back, and I wonder if that's starting to get in their minds a little bit, guys.
If I'm on REKT, I am doing my best to not look at the scoreboard. I'm trying to play one round at a time. Because that is how you need to play against a team like AESIR that can just feel like you're running yourself at a brick wall sometimes.
1-for-1 trade on B site where the action is unfolding over the top. Another trade over B, and it leaves us with a 3v2 in favor of defense. Make it a 3v1 as Taquito picks apart Basilmaz on a nice rotation up through the center. Where is Scanner, though? That's the question they're trying to answer, and Fizz seems to have to rotate now to battle the rest of this defense. What is the play here for the attacking side? I'm not sure, but it's the tense moments of this defense not knowing. And what a snapshot there from Julian to catch Fizz and keep AESIR in this. One more point, and they've got this map tied up 7-7.
Yeah, no, like what a comeback out of AESIR. Their mental game just has to be absolutely locked in right now. They did not let the last half's performance get them down. But REKT still have a one-round lead, and it is their map to lose.
I mean, we talk about energy, we talk about momentum. AESIR is riding a map 1 win that was dominant, and for them to start to come back here, do you think it's going to be what's going to get them that extra momentum for 3 points in a row to get map 2?
I mean, they have to be feeling a little bit cool, calm, and collected. You know, they're on that defense side. You know, they're even despite being all the way down 2-7. You know, they're coming back with these. And Julian going to be picking off Tarmac, but Kiwi able to take out Taquito right away. So again, REKT equalizing the player numbers to 4-4, and we do see, you know, minute 23, some free fire coming out from both teams. Kiwi picks up another one, but Tech9 Jr. picks up one. Basil able to pick up one, and REKT have the numbers advantage. But Tech9 Jr. with the swing and the double, and now it's Fizz in a 1 versus 2, a minute 5. Util coming out a little bit. They're taking their sweet time. Some free fire coming out, and Tech9 with a triple for that round, and AESIR have officially tied it up.
Yeah, it seems like the crowd not too happy with AESIR coming back here on map 2. We were hearing a lot of cheering for REKT coming at the start of this map, but that's dwindled down now as AESIR are battling back, tying map 2 7-7. Can they get the lead here, guys? And do they have a chance of pushing this to map point versus this REKT team that's been almost there all map?
Honestly, the momentum is in their favor. And if you have a lead like 7-2 coming into the half, like that's just so hard on your mental. And it's so hard to bring it back, especially when you lost the previous map by such a wide margin. So REKT are going to need to pull out all of the stops to close out these last 2 rounds.
And again, we're seeing 1-to-1 trades.
Like that.
Picking up the kill on to Beck there, making it a 3 versus 3. Fizz picking up a nice headshot onto Julian, but Tech9 Jr. once again being a menace over on this A site here as they pick up Kiwi and bring it back to a 2 versus 2, 1 minute and 15 seconds. So REKT have plenty of time to try to figure out the game plan here. Fizz able to pick up Neuro, and now it's Tech9 Jr. in a 1 versus 2, but we've seen him clutch this before. Will he be able to do it again?
They've got what seems to be all the tools they need. The first fight erupting there. They know now the location, getting radioed in by this attacking squad. They know Tech9 stuck into the corner here, and Fizz confidently swings out to push REKT to map point 8-7 here in map 2.
And now that pressure has gone up a little bit for that AESIR squad. I mean, you can't make a mistake on this round or you lose the map.
If they push it 8-8, then we do go into overtime. I mean, guys, and do you think that that's maybe on the table here? Could we get a little OT for VRMLCon 2024?
We could. Personally, my heart couldn't take it after these previous 15 rounds. But I'm sure it's what the fans would love to see. You guys want to see overtime?
I don't think that was enough noise. Y'all want to see overtime?
Oh, there's some no's. I heard no's out there. We'll see if it happens here as we do get in again to map point for REKT. 1 round away from moving us in to our 3rd map of the afternoon, all tied up in this best of 5 series to determine who is our North American Grand Finalist, who's going to come away with a good chunk of cash, being sponsored by Tropical Axe Labs, coming in and supporting VRML for that prize pool. It's all on the line, and the pressure that has to also be factoring in to the play that's happening right here.
Yeah, and Tech9 and Taquito both picking up kills. Tech9 again just being a menace on the A site, getting a double kill. Beck picking up Basil, and Tarmac going down, and just like that,
here we go.
Here's overtime.
We got it. There were some naysayers out there, but here it is, 8-8. The way that overtime works, for those not familiar with VAIL, is that you have to win a map by 2 points. So the only way to win here is to get 2 points over your opponent. Oh, 1 point, excuse me, sorry. I'm getting my rules mixed up. There's too many games that VRML kind of keep straight in my head. But 1 more point here. This is it. This is do or die for the map.
This is, I mean, the pressure's on for both teams. I mean, you know, it's easy enough for AESIR to, you know, make any sort of mistake. But again, I mean, if you're REKT, you know, you had this massive lead and then you lose it and then you just gain that small advantage that puts you into map point and then you just lost the last round. So the momentum is shifting like crazy here as, you know, both teams try to find the specific opening. And as I say that, Kiwi finds an opening onto Tech9 Jr., the menace of A-Site, now down.
Yeah,
Viz finding another kill. REKT now at a 5 versus 3, but Julian answers right back, bringing it to a 4 versus 3, trying to find some shots there with, you know, still a decent amount of time on the clock for both of these teams. Julian just trying to do everything that they can to stay alive. Neuro going to be firing some shots as well. Kiwi picks up yet another one. It's a 4-on-2. Beck picks up the kill onto Nadix. The scanner now officially down. AESIR now in a retake situation, 2 versus 3.
Trying to make the magic happen, swinging out too far.
Kiwi. And now Beck with the pistol, shuts it down, and REKT take the round of overtime.
They go in as the champions of map 2, and we continue on here for a bit more longer than we were anticipating, right? We're going to get 4 maps this afternoon out of this best of 5 at least.
Yeah.
At least. And quite frankly, with how close this is, I still lean a little AESIR. I don't know about you guys, I still lean a little AESIR. That comeback was impressive.
It was very impressive. I will say, you know, a scoreline like that, even, you know, like 7-9, 8-9, that's more what I'm expecting from both of these teams. But AESIR, they showed a really dominant map, number 1, scoring 9-3, which is insane. And then the second game, REKT are up 7-2, and AESIR said, you know what, we got this, we're bringing it back, and they tied it up. REKT went around, AESIR bring it to overtime, and then REKT just, you know, they just push the barrier just a little bit more and take that map number 2. So really, you know, both these teams, I think, are starting to feel that pressure just a little bit. So it's not, this is why it is such a hard call with both of these teams.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to 3 and 4 maps, guys, and how are you feeling off of what has been a beautiful opener between AESIR and REKT?
Honestly, I don't think that we could have asked for anything better. What a second map that we just saw on Miru with REKT clinching the win, because they were up 7-2 and then gave it up all the way to overtime. But sometimes at this level, the smallest things can get you over the finish line. And sometimes it's not hitting your shots as much as it is your mental game, keeping yourself focused in those moments that matter, like on the last round of Miru.
Yeah, we'll have to see where we go for map 3 as these teams get ready for the action. A quick shout out to another Axiom for the highlight reel of today. We really do appreciate their support as one of those sponsors. We're going to cut to a brief intermission, a brief ad break. So when we come back, do get ready for map number 3. I know I'm excited about it. How are we feeling about it, the crowd here? Are we excited for map 3? They're out there. They're hyped up. Map 3 is on its way. And a big shout out again to everyone tuning in. But yeah, we'll be right back with map 3 shortly.
Every business has a story to tell. Just like virtual reality, your brand story should transport your viewer to to another place and time. Work with Grapevine, and we'll help you do just that. Get started today.
Site now down.
Hello again. Oh, I can hear myself. You know, one of the cool things about having this event at the McNichols Event Center is this exhibition, 201 Kimonos. All around this event space are hundreds of years of Japanese historical clothing. It's beautiful, it creates a phenomenal aesthetic, and it's a great segue, no it's not, into our next giveaway. So I did that? It was horrible. So, first up, Ally Origins keyboard. Now, of course, you can see everything we've been giving away right now. It's going to be a keyboard and one of these awesome Furious, what do you call them, gaming mouse pads, pro gaming mouse pads. So first up, the keyboard. It's going to be number 56287. 56287. Head on over to production if that is your number. Also, give us a yell just because. All right. There's only 2 this time, so the next one better be amazing. All right, next up, the Furious Pro Gaming Mouse Pad. Gonna go to 56507. And one more time, let me hear you! That is awesome. Of course, we're gonna be back again tomorrow. If you were not able to come today and you're in the Denver area, there's all sorts of stuff. We're gonna be giving away all this stuff all day tomorrow as well. And if your number has been called, you're not here to collect it, you have until tomorrow, the end of the event, to come and pick that up. So, yeah, very excited to be here. Check out the kimonos, check out the art, check out the history, check out the event center. We'll see you in a few. And welcome back, everybody. Now, because there are only 3 maps in VAIL, the next map pick is automatic. We will be on the kitty map. Therefore, AESIR will simply be picking attack or defend.
We're gonna go with Rayab attack. Wait, defense. My bad.
Defense it is. Let's go!
sportsmanship coming in from these teams. The fist bump after the map picks. They're happy to go up against each other today. And because we've been here for so long already, we're going into a third map. There's going to be a fourth. A quick shout out to Bobo VR for enabling us to keep these headsets charged and on and powered through what is a long day of high intense esports action. So we really do appreciate their support as a sponsor. It means a lot to us. And also you're seeing VR cover face kits for extra comfort deployed here this afternoon, and the HyperX headsets on display. It's a full bevy of sponsor
Even
goodness.
some Pro Tube VR gun stocks as well that
Yeah,
we're seeing.
yeah, that's true. One of the longest form standing sponsors for VRML. We really do appreciate their support to the VRML over the course of the years. A big shout out to them. They deserve it. And they're sponsoring, obviously, VRMLCon here. So we really do appreciate their support as well, continuing on into 2024, continuing on into new games. It's not easy to do as a company, but they're there for us, and so we do appreciate everybody that does support VRMLCon. But that's enough of the sponsor shout-outs. Let's talk about the games. Let's talk about Map 2, what we saw, what we're feeling going into Map 3, which is Kitty. And I'll start with you, Gaijin. Give me a brief rundown of Map 2. How do we think these squads are feeling?
Gaijin?
Over there. Man, I'm even getting my sides mixed up today.
It's all good. So Kitty is easily the most defender-sided map in the VAIL map pool. And AESIR kind of got gifted just getting to pick side because it's sort of a no-brainer unless you want to make a statement that you're going to pick defense because you can start with a huge round advantage. Like the 7-2 that we just saw after the first half of Miru is a bit of an anomaly.
Yeah.
But to have two halves that were just huge round disparity for one of the sides. But for Kitty, that's run-of-the-mill. Like, if you get 3 rounds on attack on Kitty, you are feeling pretty comfortable. If you get 4, it's almost won the map.
Interesting. So we could see REKT coming in here, potentially trying to really make a statement in these early rounds, in these pistol rounds, to try and get that early footing.
Certainly, as we said, any sort of attacking rounds that you can get on this map is really critical. Again, even if it's only like a 2-7 or a 3-6 or whatnot, that's good. You're feeling good going into the defense. And REKT, they don't have that side advantage at first, but if they have enough rounds to play with, we could see potentially another comeback if AESIR's really able to dig ahead on that defense. And having that late game momentum can be insanely critical.
We've already gone to 8-8. We've already gone to that final overtime round. It might be what we see here this afternoon. Who knows? We are just waiting for players to dive in to lobby, and then we should be good to go. As man, what a series this has been. And we're only really here at the start. How do you see these teams reacting to adjustments with their next set of map picks, right? Because the maps were fresh, and then they get a chance to go back to Miru, Suna. We could see some rematches, quite frankly. We will see a rematch on one of these maps.
I mean, I could, if REKT are able to, pick the map, I can see them picking Miru. They got that map win on that map, and, they got to be feeling good on the map. And especially, maybe they're able to even carry that momentum into Kitty here. So, I mean, it's tough trying to pick a map necessarily because you don't want to pick a map that's super sided advantage because then you're just gifting the other team a side pick there.
Yeah, indeed. And, I mean, guys, and I'm feeling the pressure. I'm sure these players are feeling the pressure. I mean, how do you think that factors into their decision making at the end of the day? Kitty are again our next map. Do you think that, sure, it's defensive sided, but do you think the pressure could be a factor here, maybe turning those tides around a little bit?
I think a little bit because of how close the last map was. When you make a comeback to overtime and then lose it, that is devastating. And like I said, REKT were the ones who really had the challenge in their mental game at the end of the last map because they gave up such a large lead, but they clutched up when it mattered most.
Yeah, they did.
But going into this next map, AESIR are going to have a tall order on their hands for their mental game.
Is there room for clutch on the attack? I mean, I'm sure we can see it here this afternoon, guys. And if there ever was, it's when you're on stage. Or yellow hat. I keep looking at you. Where's your hat? Oh, it's over in the corner.
Right there.
Okay. I need it on your head so I know this is yellow hat. I understand now. It helps me differentiate. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
I feel like we could be twins.
It could be.
minus the yellow hat distraction. You know, how do you see this whole sort of series unfurling here, again, with those map picks that we're seeing?
You know, I mean, again, with AESIR having the advantageous side, I could see them taking some of that early game momentum. But if REKT are able to really steal that away, then AESIR could be, you know, looking at some trouble here.
Yeah, teams are just about to get into their warm-up rounds, and so you may start seeing them aiming into the ether, if you will, as map number 3 is about to begin. The pressure is on, and we are here for every bit of it. Let's hear it from the crowd. How are we feeling about map number 3 between these two squads? There's support out there for both of them, but I still hear the REKT side a little louder. I don't know. It's if we were to do like one of those crowd audio things, I think the REKT crowd is definitely winning here this afternoon. But we're in lobby, we're in Kitty, map number 3. How do we see this shaking out? I don't know, but we're here to find out who is going to take away VRMLCon 2024 champion. We're not going to not know that now, but we will at least be getting close to a series point after the winner here takes this map.
Certainly, and so, you know, we're getting into it. We got the first pistol round coming up. Again, AESIR on that defense, REKT on the offense on Colonist, and we are live with game number 3. You know, you got to wonder how REKT are going to approach this. You know, they are in control at least of the pace as, you know, being the attacking team there. But, you know, if AESIR start to take control of that, you know, early on, I mean, that puts immediate pressure onto REKT.
We got to turn on the ability for us to see through walls. It's not something that the players can do, so don't be confused with that if you are new here as the action does unfurl. Flashes, utility, smokes, all barreling through. The push, is it coming through? That's the question that they got to ask themselves if they're Kiwi, if they're Tech9, if they're Beck, diving out of their own utility, battling over the top of the smoke, and finally leaving us with a 2v1 in favor of
AESIR.
AESIR.
There you go. But if there's any player that can, you know, just pull a miraculous play out, it's Kiwi. I mean, Kiwi, some people may know him, some people may not, but Kiwi is just absolutely insane when it comes to, you know, a lot of these VR games. And, you know, I've seen them do some of the most miraculous stuff they could possibly, you know, ever pull off. Any player could even pull off. Here comes that shot. Oh! Kiwi picks up one, but the scan going for it. As I call it, Kiwi clutching it up for REKT, and they get the opening pistol round.
He was denied the 1v4 on Miru, but he's telling AESIR he came here to play. He just got put in on map 2, and he saved some absolutely insane rounds, and he's keeping it up.
That is huge for this team. When we talk about taking offensive rounds on Kitty, the opener pistol round is a rare opportunity to really kind of do that. And, well, clutch or kick, quite frankly. As the clutch comes through, no one's getting kicked, and we're moving on to round 2 with the attacking team in the lead on Kitty.
Yeah, I mean, REKT getting that early momentum, you know, on that pistol round, I mean, that could help them with some of these additional attacking rounds. But, I mean, again, just, you know, getting a point on the board, you're already feeling good. It's no 8-0 sweeps coming in from AESIR right now.
Yeah, that's very true. They are at least be able to avoid that. Let's see if they can put any more on the board as a large display of smokes comes in here to hold down the middle of Kitty, and erupting fire leads to a advantage into the favor of the defense, absolutely picking apart the attack, and Tech9 now is left with a tall order ahead of them.
Yeah, Nadix, I mean, you know, 1 versus 4, like we said, I mean, that's hard, but as I say that, Taquito comes swinging around on the flank and is able to take out Nadix, and AESIR answer right back, bringing it back to 1-1.
Solid job from the AESIR squad, and, well, again, expected when you're on defense. The surprise comes when that offense is able to secure around, and for REKT to still have their foot in the door, well, I don't know. We'll have to see if they can maybe bounce back off of a good pistol round, then to a rough rifle round, now into round 3. I mean, Gaijin, it's the opener here, and map 3 definitely is closer than I anticipated.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be a close one just because it is so easy to maintain momentum on the defender side. Like, momentum, if momentum exists for you on the attacking side of Kitty, you're just better. Like, like, it's so hard to get attacking rounds when you are evenly matched with your opponent.
we do see trades going in the way of AESIR as they bring it to a 4 versus 3, now 4 versus 2, as Beck is able to pick off Kiwi there, and REKT, are at the man disadvantage right now. They still have plenty of time to work with at this moment, but even then, 2 versus 4 is not something easy to pull off. Even doing a 1v2 like Kiwi did the other round is hard, but Tarmac gets some advanced positioning. We see some smoke coming through, but Tech9 answers right back. Fizz in a 1 versus 3, but Julian shuts it down, and AESIR picking up another round.
Into the lead for the first time since map 2, I believe, right? So a little bit of a comfortable spot for them to be back to off of what was, again, a dominant map 1 performance. They have not led all since that map 1 win, and so now to have them here in the lead 2-1 on map 3, it's got to feel good. A little bit of that confidence starting to surge back, and when we saw AESIR get confidence, they felt to me to be one of the more dangerous teams up there.
Absolutely.
They're already such a talented team, and if they are feeling themselves, it feels like sometimes there's nothing you can do against them.
Same goes to this REKT squad, though. Come on. They have been playing a great series today as we do dive back into it. Nade's utility coming in a push over onto what seems to be a side, and a big connection that comes in onto Tarmac and Fizz, and Julian absolutely keeping things alive for this defense, and they needed those kills because now the attacking side is in a kill advantage.
Yeah, 3 quick kills from REKT as we saw there. They completely dominated this site here. And now Beck is in a 1 versus 3 situation, and shots coming through from both sides. Everybody's just kind of pre-firing each other's angles, trying to predict where each player's going to come from. Shots ring out, and the pressure is on, and Fizz going to be taking the round for REKT there as they get another round on the board.
I think Beck is testing doing a durability test of our stage over there as he jumps up and down on those peaks. Guys, what's the advantage there? Is it just that small of movement that's going to be factored in?
In certain positions on this map, there's a lot of headshot angles and a lot of angles that are barely headshot angles, so it could be a bit of an advantage there.
Well, it didn't work for them that round, but maybe it will here going into future ones. Still, though, we talked about it. 2 points for REKT is solid right now. They're in a good spot, tied 2-2.
They certainly are. Being tied in the first place is, a pretty good place to be, and being tied on a map like this is even better. But as I see right here, 2 kills going the way of AESIR. 3 now is Beck going to be sinking a 3-pointer with that grenade there. Negatives, though, answering right back. And REKT, once again, finding themselves into a 2 versus 4 situation pretty early on in this round. And, it's tough for them to try to get out of this. But Nadix and Tarmac, the brains and the brawn, you put those 2 together and, they could do something quite magical here.
We'll have to see. It's going to take every bit of coordination. We can just barely hear the comms coming in. They're very active from both squads. They're very in to their communication, and clearly Taquito was aware of that play, of that rotation, and they'll take another point for defense, going up 3-2 on the AESIR side, back into the lead here, but frankly, it should be a little bit more prominent right now.
It could be.
Absolutely.
These rounds have just been already so back and forth. REKT come out and, dominate in the early round and they win the round. AESIR, they do the same thing. They get a couple kills going their way, and then it's just light work.
Yeah, really is. Here we go, round 6, map 3, unfurling before our eyes, up 3-2. Right now for the defending side, and man, what a day this has been. VRML Con delivering on a great battle between 2 of the best in VAIL, unfurling in front of us as Nadex finds one another, going down in a trade 1-for-1 over a site, and everyone's here at home. Everyone's pushing in on the REKT side.
And a nade coming up for Basil again. He's been so lethal with his util. And Beck, once again, we see a similar situation from the other round. 1 versus 3, but now brings it back to a 1 versus 2. Not completely undoable. Both REKT players trying to figure out, where Beck is going to strike from next. 1:10 left on the clock. The round pace is all but slowed down. Shots ringing out from both sides yet again. And as we hear, pretty soon, the scanner is going to be started. Beck now, the pressure against him. 1 versus 2, time against him now. Going to be ringing out some shots. The scanner slowly going down. Basil and Kiwi having to work together to try to figure out exactly where Beck is to try to stop this retake from happening. But Beck trying to do what they can to split each other up, and shots close.
Information given away. They're going to have to find something here soon. 15 seconds left, and there it is. The shutdown on the attacking side. REKT have 3 on offense right now, guys, and they're looking great.
Yeah. If they don't win a round for the rest of the half, they're looking good going into their attacking side. But one thing I want to highlight from the end of that round specifically, I had no idea Kiwi was such a great dancer. He was perfectly moving around the wall on the site. Beck knows he has to push him, and Kiwi knows that. So he's burning as much time as possible and only struck once he knew he had the advantage.
I thought you were looking over them at stage and saying they were dancing good on stage.
I haven't seen any emo.
They might have.
We'll see if there is any dancing after a potential another round win here. If they can string it together. 1 down already, though, on the attacking side isn't making things any easier.
Yeah, Basil gets naded there by Julian from somewhere on the map. It probably was a long-range nade there, and that certainly, it's not a good start for REKT. Neuro, though, picks up a double before going down to Fizz. Fizz actually trading out with him. Here we are again, a similar storyline to, a couple of the past rounds. REKT in a 2 versus 4, and the same 2, Nadix and Tarmac. Once again, another opportunity given to them to try to, make something happen here. But AESIR, they get that early round pick, or the early round picks even, and, they just work right with it. Julian picking off Tarmac, and now it's Nadix to try to do something, but Tech9 shuts it down.
Yeah, solid defense there. Again, coming in from AESIR, back in the lead. Do we continue to teeter back and forth here, guys, or do we think that maybe this will be the last of the offensive rounds for REKT?
These rounds are just, so much of these are too close to call. This last round could go either way, but a 4-4 half going into defender's side would be absolutely monumental for REKT.
I mean, I think you said it before we got into this map. If there were to be 4 attacking rounds locked in on the attacking side, you really are kind of set for the rest of this map. And when we do get to that side swap after this, then yeah, they've got a lot to do on defense, but very doable. Nero coming in, they're looking for more. They've got the site relatively under control. As I say that, they lose a bit of that, trading down players left and right, and now left with only 2. Fizz and Tarmac, and Julian will get rid of Fizz, making it just Tarmac alone in a 1v3. Finds the first, and there's the trade. No, Julian over the top is the one that connects, and AESIR are in the lead comfortably now. 5-3 on the side swap.
I don't care who tells me otherwise, that's an even half.
Or excuse me, REKT. No. Yeah, AESIR. We swapped sides now. I was just looking at my graphics. Apologies. Yeah, and again, the winner here moves on to series map. That next map, if you win, you've got the whole thing. You're the #1 best team in North America, officially confirmed live at Denver, Colorado. I mean, it's not a more prestigious event right now. And so, there's a lot to look for, a lot to hunt for, and it's just within grasp.
Certainly, and I mean, we've been talking a lot about how this map is very defender-sided, and I will say, though, you got to wonder if AESIR have a trick up their sleeve going into this attacking half. We haven't seen anything just yet. The round pace has been pretty slow, comparatively speaking, but, if AESIR, like they have been on their defense, if they're able to get an opening pick or 2, they immediately work with it, no hesitation.
Into round 9 as the time ticks down. 1:10 left on the clock for them to work with. The pistol round is tense right now. They want this one locked in for the attacking side. Here comes some utility over the top, a little information to work with if you're the defending squad.
Yeah, and Fizz going to be picking up the opening kill, but we do see the attack coming in from the opposite side. Neuro and Julian both picking up kills, but Tarmac answering right back against Neuro. Tech9 Jr. picking up Tarmac, though, and now REKT are at the man disadvantage here. But as I say that, Julian was trying to go for the plant, but Fizz shuts it down. 35 seconds left as we're getting into the end of this round. Tech9 Jr. picks off 1, tries to make it a second.
Full ammo!
But Fizz answers right back. 1 versus 1. Fizz versus Beck. 20 seconds left. It can't get any closer than that. And Beck, with the health advantage, going to be picking up the round for AESIR.
6-3 now, and a nice, comfortable lead.
Yeah. That momentum is going to help a lot. But we did see REKT win their Colonist pistol round as well. But I just want to point out Fizz at the end of that round in that 1v1, he was 1 HP for the entirety of it. He knew that Beck had to push him, and he knew he had the disadvantage in a fair gunfight. So he immediately pushed to the artifact to play a headshot angle, and Beck hit the shot.
It is. I love to see it. We love to see it. The clutch moments are rearing their head more and more this afternoon. Round 10 unfurling now as utility over the top comes through, and Fizz finds an early kill onto Taquito.
Yeah, and I mean, again, REKT getting that early pick, that is going to be good for them, especially as we've been saying on this map. And, you know, AESIR, you know, again, you know, the pistol round was good. Nade coming in, not necessarily going to be connecting. Minute 20. We see more util coming in. AESIR just patiently waiting it out. And again, the round pace, it just all of a sudden it's explosive and then it slows down. We see some shots coming out. Beck going to be picking up Fizz, and Nadix going to be picking up Beck right back. REKT still at the man advantage here as they have a 4 versus 3. AESIR trying to see what they can do, seeing if they can find another opening with 50 seconds on the clock. The time is ticking down. Basil picks up 1, make it 2. And Kiwi going to be shutting it down. REKT getting their first defense round.
They're back in it.
Yeah, and it's their first defense round. I don't think it will be the last. Because when you're defending a round on this map, a round disadvantage matters so little. And Basil, what a push. And Kiwi poking for a little bit of, or Kiwi poking for a little bit of info on Kiwi. Like they're playing for info, they're adjusting quickly. Rector playing absolutely fantastic right now.
Yeah, they are. They are stepping up to the task of going up against the team that is undefeated all season long. Well, one loss all season long. And it's AESIR who are now trying to push up. A nice nade from Kiwi does open things for defense. And now kills back and forth that puts us into a 4v3 in favor of this REKT squad.
Yeah, and Fizz looking for the second, but Beck going to be taking out Fizz as Basil does kill Neuro there. Nadix taking out Beck, but Julian killing Tarmac, and now Julian in a 1 versus 2 situation. We have seen Julian clutch this up, but Nadix, the Wonder Child, going to be shutting it down.
It's the comeback here. It's like you said, the side swap means everything on Kitty.
Yeah, no, it's huge. In fact, even though it's a disadvantage right here, I would say REKT are favored to be the first team on 2 maps and to get themselves on championship point.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they got the experience. They've been here before. Maybe that's going to start to shine through when that pressure really starts to mount, when you do have a bit of a rough defensive or a rough offensive half, and then you swap sides. I mean, we'll have to see if REKT can bounce back here now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 5-6, the scoreline, it is very close. It is still anybody's game. Beck actually does get the opening pick onto Basil, but Tarmac answers right back. Tech 9 with another 3-pointer there. And a second kill through the... Nadix picking up Julian there. And it's a 2 versus 3 for REKT to try to make something happen here.
Oh, the swing out does not go the way Nadix was hoping it. They wanted to surprise Tech there down that hallway, and they end up going down themselves, leaving Kiwi alone to do the job of the entire team. There's one, looking for 2. Can they find the third? They still have 1 more to go as Tarmac looked for the scanner, didn't get it under the chaos, and now it does get it down. There's the swing at Taquito. Excuse me, not Tarmac. Finds the kill onto Kiwi, and 2 away. AESIR are close here.
We almost saw Kiwi do it again, and this time in a 1 versus 3 fashion, but Taquito just able to, you know, keep the cool and just able to swing out and get the headshot that they needed to and get the round. I mean, AESIR, they're only 2 points away from securing this map and putting them ahead 2-1 in the map series. I mean, you got to wonder who's really feeling the pressure now.
Honestly, but like, if I'm AESIR, like that was that round was won by the smallest margin. Like they had to take that one over the finish line, kicking and screaming, and they're gonna have to continue to do it as REKT open up with quick 3 picks.
Yeah, a big job there on defense. Fizz in particular getting aggressive, finding a few kills of their own and looking for more if they are fortunate enough. They got a nice little slice there through the skate park. Tarmac on the backside does come alive, and there's Fizz.
A perfect round coming out from REKT. No players being eliminated in that round.
Another thing I want to point out on the REKT side on the scoreboard is they're all very close together. They're all having their moments to shine. They're playing exceptionally well. They're playing as a unit as well, which is what will get you the advantage on a map like Key that's very full of choke points and areas of the map that are very easily segmented off.
Look at Beck, 11 kills on the afternoon so far. Same with Tech9.
And with the Vicious, which is an SMG you don't see too often. Honestly, it's a little shocking.
Yeah, but we've seen Beck
But
kind of.
he does that with it, yeah.
If you're up close, it certainly works, and we just saw it right there. And we've been seeing it on a couple other maps as well. So, as we were talking about in that pre-show, it's very good to see a diverse weapon variety. But Beck picking up that opening kill there is good for AESIR on that front, and REKT have to figure out how to recover, how to bring the round back into their favor. But Beck answers with another kill, bringing them up to 2 kills per round. Tech9 Jr. going to be trading with Fizz there, and REKT now in a 2 versus 4 hold.
Got to stay on board Beck. I think they're going to come out with a few more this afternoon if they have anything to say about it in map number 3, round 14. There's the swing, and it's 1 for 1.
A trade. How does that happen there? And now Nadix, it forces him into a 1 versus 3 and a retake situation as well, but Neuro just waiting right in the corner.
Wow.
Picks off Nadix, and AESIR are on map point.
They're on map point in the hardest side in the game. This is gonna get them just ever so closer to championship point.
I mean, what do you expect from, I don't expect anything less from AESIR. Again, dominating over the course of the regular season, playing 13 weeks all at the highest level, then going into the postseason, dominating through the postseason, getting to this point. It's not, again, a surprise to see them putting on such a good contest against REKT, but you'd think that LAN experience would be enough to really shine through and maybe get REKT that extra edge. We'll see if it does. We're not over yet. They're not through the woods here yet. It's still 1 point to go. We could go to overtime, quite frankly, as maybe one of the more likely possibilities.
Yeah, and as we've gotten to this round, only 30 seconds in, we've seen a 2-to-1 trade favoring REKT there. Nadix picking up a grenade kill, but AESIR trying to look to see what they can possibly do. Tech9 Jr. able to pick up Kiwi. They even the man numbers there. So, if they can just collectively work together, maybe they can get over the edge and pick up the 9th and final round there. But we do see the scanner goes down, and now REKT are forced into a retake situation. Tarmac picks up Tech9 Jr., but not before Nadix is lost. And now it's Tarmac and Basil, the oldest duo in this REKT lineup here, to try to save REKT from losing this map.
Swings out, and the pre-fire connects nicely onto their target. A trade again, 1 for 1. And with scanner down, what's the play? Beck seemingly with the advantage. What is gonna happen? 11 seconds on the scanner. The peek out from Beck. They catch the kill, and it's AESIR taking map number 3 and pushing us to a potential series point.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see all 5 maps, but I mean, 9-6, you're on the disadvantageous side. AESIR do it up once again. Again, it was so close, but it'll be interesting to see what happens these next 2 maps.
They absolutely made a statement with how they closed out that map, because nowhere can your coordination on attack be highlighted better in VAIL than attacking on Kitty. And they showed that, their coordination is on point.
It really was. It was an amazing display here today against our expectations for sure, as they come out on top on the attacking half, no less. I mean, great job to AESIR, but we're not done yet. We still got a fresh pool of maps to choose from for map 4. That could mean anything. We'll dive into that when we get back from our next break. But I mean, there's a lot coming up here where we don't know where this leads. I don't know what, if anything, this next map pick phase is maybe the most important map pick phase that either of these teams have ever had.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, because VAIL only has 3 competitive maps at this time. So we're going to start seeing maps that have been played already. And I think that edges the advantage just a little bit more towards REKT because they have now played every single map. They've gotten to see how AESIR are adjusting. And because they play a more regimented tactical style, we can see if they're able to counter-strat AESIR as we see maps played again.
Well, we need to take a little break, a little breather on our side, let our heart rates rest down a little bit and get some water. We'll cut to a brief intermission, a brief set of ads, and when we come back, map number 4 will be unfurling in front of us, and we may have a series decided, or we may go to map 5. Stick around to find out.
Every business has a story to tell. Just like virtual reality, your brand story should transport your viewer to another place and time. Work with Grapevine, and we'll help you do just that. Get started today.
one of the cool things about this whole event is the community is being here, is being in the crowd. Can I get one more big yeah from everybody here? Let's go. Let's go. So thank everybody for being here today. Thank everybody for joining in. Just want to give a big thank you to everybody. And also, we have these awesome, I don't know if you can see it, there it is, awesome t-shirts. They're not for sale anymore today, but if you come back tomorrow, you can pick one up. A whole bunch of people here are wearing them. And honestly, this has been an incredible first day. So much fun with everybody, and we have made all sorts of friends. So we will. I guess I'll be heading over now for the map pick. Just gonna move it on into it. Here, you want this? That's what. No, it's yours. It's free. Look at that. Everybody, round of applause for Nightfire for winning a free T-shirt. All right, come on over. Yeah, teams, captains, head on over. We're gonna get our 4th map pick. I believe this time it's gonna be REKT. New captain here for REKT. REKT is gonna get the map pick or the deferral. REKT, map pick or deferral.
This is a hard one. This is very hard. We're gonna go with Miru for map.
Ooh, attack or defend?
We're gonna go with defense, Rayab.
Let's get it.
We are just a few moments away from map number 4 unfolding in front of our eyes, Yellow Hat. It is, man, what a tournament this has been, and I gotta see how map 4 shakes out. You know, we got the teams on stage. Are we gonna see AESIR coming out on top? What are your thoughts? You had REKT going into maps 2 and 3, 1, 2, and 3. What do you think about map 4?
You know, this was the map that REKT won, and this was the first time that they haven't deferred the map pick. They confidently said, we are picking Miru because we feel like we can win on this map.
It's a must-win, guys, and if they lose, they're out. They lose, they're done. If they lose, it is AESIR as the VRML Con 2024 champions.
That is true, but this map is pivotal for a couple reasons, because either AESIR takes the win or we see a map 5. Do you guys want to see a map 5?
No, wow.
Okay. That's okay.
There's some fans out here for AESIR right now. I want to see him come out on top. It's shifted. The energy has shifted from REKT to AESIR this afternoon. We'll have to see if that's also true in-game. If we are going to see that energy shift from REKT to AESIR in-game, it's... at this stage, it's a toss-up, right? Because, quite frankly, even on Miru, AESIR looked good. They almost won.
It was a 9-8 game. I mean, it was literally anybody's game. It was the only match in this series so far that has gone to a true overtime.
Yeah.
Which, will we see it again? It's a possibility, or maybe one of these teams starts to get ahead of the other one.
I mean, let's take a look at the wins so far, though. Today, AESIR, when they have won, has done it in pretty commanding fashion.
Yeah, it has been by more of a margin. They are definitely feeling it and feeling their gameplay today. But REKT does have the advantage of having more than just their rostered 5, and they are swapping people out.
Right.
So it's like we're getting to the point where exhaustion does play a factor,
Yeah.
because this is something that has overlap with traditional sports where it is requiring physical input and exertion.
I mean, look at all the kills that have come through today on both sides. 175 for AESIR, 162 for REKT. That's a real interesting metric there.
It certainly is, and shout out to our production team for being able to provide us, the desk, with this information here. I mean, AESIR, they're, as a collective unit, they're chilling at a 1.1 KD, which you might not seem like a lot, but when you're in a competitive environment, when you have two teams that are very evenly matched, anything over a 1 is a really solid performance. And the fact that the team collectively can do that is something to say.
What do we think about Taquito's performance so far, guys? And we talked about it a little bit already, but 41 kills, on the day so far.
Across all map, wow. Yeah. No, gosh, at a 1.3 KD, that is very impressive. That level of consistency across playing all of the maps is absolutely wow.
We've got everyone in the lobby. We are moments away from getting in to our 4th map of the day, and it's on Miru again. For those that don't know, it's the best of 5, so maps have reset. We already went through 3 maps because we're on to the 4th. We went through all of them, and you know, I'm still not convinced that REKT is going to be able to come out on top this afternoon with how well AESIR's been doing, with how close they did bring this map. They can ride the momentum off of a map win. Maybe they've got something here, Yellow.
Certainly. I mean, you mentioned momentum, and that's kind of the key factor, right? You know, they bounce back from a map loss, and they take Kitty in a 9-6 fashion, and then, you know, they're on match point right now. They're on series point. All they have to do is win one more map. Victory is that close.
It really is. We've got everyone in lobby. We are moments away from diving in to round number 1. No, we're not having everyone in lobby. We had some tech issues. Of course, we're close. We're close, but we had a bit of a drop for one of the players there, so a bit of a pause. We'll have someone rush over, make sure that we can sort the issue, and hopefully get on to our 4th map of the afternoon. We do have a limited time in here too, so it's going to be pretty tight with how this series has shaken out, how that is all going to work out, quite frankly.
Yes.
So we'll worry about that when we get there. Maybe we'll have a 5th map tomorrow. I don't know. You know, the decider first thing before X8. Anything's possible, quite frankly, but the 4th map is up next, and we could be done after it. It could be AESIR taking this in 4, excuse me, but 3 wins.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're this close.
We are, again, just dealing with tech difficulties. I'm going to pop out of the lobby, and hopefully we can fix those, because I do believe that I take up, that's a tech thing. You don't need to worry about it. We don't need to peel the onion for you. We can keep it all disclosed right here and get ready for our, again, 4th map of the afternoon. Let's get predictions. I don't know if I got them from you guys, and who do you see taking map 4 this afternoon?
I'm not even going to try. Because what, like I mentioned, like these players have been playing for a long time at this point. Like everything comes down to how much focus they can maintain. But also, this is the first repeat map we've seen, and we did see REKT take it. But the thing that this will highlight for both of these teams is who's able to learn the most about their opponent's playstyle and adjust to it. And that's something we really need to keep an eye out for going into the second time we're playing Miru today.
Yes, indeed. And again, we appreciate everyone patiently waiting for our bit of a tech hiccup here for map number 4. I know we all are eager to dive into this 4th map, but please do just hang out and stand by. And again, a shout out to everyone tuning in online. I know we have this stream going out live to a bunch of folks that are stopping by on YouTube, and we do really appreciate everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure you come back for more, because quite frankly, with how this has been going, we're going to have some more.
We certainly are. I mean, you know, and it's crazy too, because tomorrow we have so much action as well. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot going on this weekend. And, you know, if this match is indicative of, you know, just the caliber of player that we're seeing across all 4 games represented here, or how 5 games represented at VRML Con here, I mean, it's going to be a crazy series.
Okay, we've stalled long enough to get everyone into the lobby and for us to get ready to dive into map number 4 of this best of 5 for VRML Con 2024. Let's hear it for your favorite squad here, diving in to Miru. We're tired, but I gotta imagine that it's impacting these teams too right now.
Exactly.
They gotta be feeling that energy drain, guys.
Yeah, no, and like I said before the match even started, like whoever wins here, it comes down to who has the best habits, the best systems that they can fall back on and make the least mistakes as the pressure mounts.
Information as utility comes in. A decent bit of it. Counter utility up over the top, and that connects. Beck and Julian going down from Tarmac and Kiwi as Zyquillo gets scooped up by Julian. The swing around from Nero, finding Fizz, and AESIR getting picked up or picking apart REKT here on the defense, and they'll go up 1-0 right out the gate.
They wanted to take that round so quick. I mean, 2 initial grenade kills coming out from AESIR. I mean, insane stuff. And then they just got even more aggressive. They're like, we want to put a stop to this round right now.
Yeah, REKT ran right into that B site. Weren't able to make much happen with it, but then the AESIR player just kept pushing right back against them and came out on top.
Here we go, round 2. A pistol round done and dusted. Well done by defense, but we're into rifles and utility now for round 2. And Taquito will open things up on the other side with an early kill. A 1-for-1 exchange between them and Nadix. That puts us into a 4-4. Make it a 3-3.
A 2-3 now as Tech9 Jr. picks up another kill, but Nadix answers right back. And, again, REKT and AESIR just kind of equalizing as much as they possibly can. We do see some free fire coming in through that smoke. Maybe someone trying to pick something up, but Nadix says, no, this is my site right now. And it's Neuro versus 2. Tarmac, the guardian angel. The scanner was trying to go down, and Tarmac was there to save the day for REKT.
I mean, Miru is really back and forth out of all of them. Out of all the maps, I do feel like it lends to both sides taking rounds. And here we are, 1-1.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, at the end there, like, Neuro just needed to get his foot in the door in that 1v2, but Tarmac wouldn't let him. He covered his teammate on the scanner. I do believe it was Nadix so perfectly. His timing could not have been better.
Here we go. Round number 3 as Nades and Utility come crashing in around the corners. Tech9 Jr. battling back Fizz in there. Bit of an extension here, and Nadix now diving forward with the rest of their squad, and Taquito reading it perfectly for a triple.
Insane stuff coming out from Taquito. He completely... Oh, the knife just barely misses. Tarmac, hold up. Answers with his own. He has to get an ace clutch here, by the way, to try to, win the round for REKT. But, AESIR, Taquito picks up a triple. You've got that in the bag. And Beck answers with a grenade.
They had the back exposed for what seemed like a couple of seconds there to prime that nade and hit their target. At this point, do we think AESIR's maybe starting to show off a little bit?
I think so. I think they're not just... They just don't want. They don't just want to win on the scoreboard. They're trying to win on the mental game early. I think they're trying to get in the head of their opponent.
I thought you were going to say they're trying to win on the style game, and I definitely on some of these plays agree with you here as we do get into round 4. And Utility again coming out. How do you read the Utility? Do you just when you see 2 smokes? Is it a full dive? That's the real question.
I feel like if you're in the mind of REKT, it's still early round. You're not only listening for smokes and other util. You're listening for footsteps. You're listening for gunshots. You're trying to get whatever info you can get before you can necessarily act on it. And being able to do that and not jump the gun, that can really just be something that saves you when it comes to the game. But Taquito swings, Beck gets a kill, Fizz gets a kill, just like that. Tech with another kill, and just like that, Taquito goes for more and gets hungry. And now Tarmac once again in a potential clutch attempt here as they have to face 4 AESIR members here. Tarmac picks off 1.
The start of something.
His position now sort of known by the call out from the player who Tarmac was able to kill there. 50 seconds left on the clock. Tarmac has to try to do something here. There's a little hot swap there. 40 seconds left. The time is, of course, ticking. And Taquito is going to put an end to Tarmac there. And AESIR extend their lead 3-1.
They're looking good right now, guys. And is the confidence swelling? Do you think we're going to start to see this scoreline surge up a little bit more?
Possibly. AESIR looking so good because they never even got the lead on the last time. Mirror the last time we played it.
True.
They were either trailing behind or they were neck and neck. But this is their first time having a lead on this map, and it's showing that they definitely have some flexibility in how they are playing this map.
Well, maybe it's all part of the plan. Save a couple of strats for later in the day, for when it really does matter, for when it could determine if you're going to be VRML Cons champion or not. The swing out there, Taquito doesn't connect. They look for more. Somehow can't find the shots on the Nadix.
Insane. Julian does pick up the kill, and Neuro going to be putting a quick end to that. But, a lot of shots.
Whoa, that was a little wild.
That was just instantaneous. AESIR, they do a good job of, as soon as they know exactly where REKT are, they're just doing such a good job of just converging and just putting an end to everything.
You want to talk about playing a lot right now, guys, and we just had to do a hot battery swap while one player was out for the controller because we're burning through so much juice today.
Oh my goodness, yeah. No, these players are definitely in for a marathon session.
And now, in the next round, AESIR In a 4-1 lead, they are feeling pretty comfortable, but Taquito gets a little bit over aggressive, and Saikilo able to punish that, putting REKT at an advantage. And Saikilo with another nade onto Beck there. Saikilo, one of those players, just insane with the util. We haven't really seen it that much, but Neuro actually going to be taking him out. Neuro does get traded out by Kiwi, and now a 2 versus 4 for AESIR to try to hold on to this round, but REKT are looking confident in this round. Julian gets shot, but answers back onto Fizz.
Oh!
Tech9 picking up the pre-fire on the Kiwi, and now it's 2-on-2 here in a retake. Tarmac punishes Tech9, and Tarmac gets the double. REKT able to get their second round.
They will not go down without a fight, and that's to be expected, quite frankly, with what we've seen from REKT this afternoon, guys, and they're on point still, and they're still fighting.
Absolutely, even though they have their backs against the wall, because this could be the last map of the championship, and they're clawing their way back from a 2-round deficit.
We are, at this point, potentially only a few rounds away from having a champion. And I know that REKT don't want to hear that. That's the last thing that they need to have filtering through their mind. And maybe an early pick would be able to set the tone that they need, like it has last round with Fizz hitting a nice shot onto Tech9. That's what they need.
Yeah, I mean, shutting down Tech9. Oh my God, another nade from Fizz. So Fizz picking up 2 kills, but just like that, AESIR answer right back with 3 kills of their own. And so for a second, it looked like REKT maybe had the round, but AESIR again just shut that down. Back picking up another kill onto Tarmac, and now it's Saikilo versus 3.
AESIR are feeling the momentum right now. We're, again, seeing style plays coming out from them where they're trying to hit knives to the toes. And I don't know. You don't want to take too many risks because, quite frankly, it is REKT. They are they're the number. Well, who knows? Maybe they won't be number 1. Maybe they'll be number 2. We'll have to see. We'll have to see who's number 1. That's what we're here to find out. Who is going to be number 1? As Saikilo pokes and prods and tries to get 1 or 2 down in this 1v3.
And they wind up trading, so AESIR are going to be picking up the next round, extending their lead yet again to 5-2. The best that they could hope for in this half is 6 rounds, and you got to wonder, is that enough going into the second half here?
Is the side swap going to be really a detriment at all to the AESIR team right now?
A little bit, because Miru it's not like the previous map, Kiri, where if you get just a few rounds on attack, you're feeling really good.
Yeah.
It's a lot more even of a map between attack and defense. But the thing is, this could set them up at the half to come back from a 6-2 half, which is the exact situation they put AESIR in last time this map was played.
Oh, Neuro with that 3-pointer as we're, kind of talking about the whole match and whatnot. Immediately gets the pick, but Saikilo able to answer right back, taking out Neuro, taking out that site defender. And Beck gets taken out through the smoke there. Julian answers, but Saikilo right there with the support. And now a 2 versus 2 retake as Taquito takes out Tarmac. And, it could be possible. We could see a successful retake. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Tech9 versus Saikilo. Saikilo already feeling good with a couple kills this round. But Tech9, we've seen him clutch before.
Here it comes. They try to go for the scanner. They spot Saikilo in the back corner. They have time to work with, but not a lot. 20 seconds on the clock. The bait comes out again. You can see the trembling in the hands as they go for 2, and they go for the fight. 8 seconds, time ticking down, and there's the swing.
Saikilo with the clutch, getting the round for REKT.
Oh my goodness, and Tech9 denied the 1v2. Oh my goodness, what a round there. They were just barely giving little tells back and forth as to, I'm on the scanner, I'm not on the scanner, I'm about to swing you, I'm not about to swing you. That could have gone any way for so long.
Here we go, the back half of map 4 with a lead in AESIR's hands. Will it be enough? We saw them come back from a deficit last map on Miru, and now maybe it's REKT's turn to come back from a deficit here as they swap sides and we go into our pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, we see some early util, early gunshots, and early aggression coming out from AESIR as they like to do early on. I can only say early so many times there, but we do see one pick going the way of each team there. Tech9 Jr. picks off Kiwi, but Nadix answers right back. REKT now at a 3-4, actually 3-3 tie right now in terms of player number. Saikilo picks off Neuro, and he gets a second one. Scanner is planted. Beck in a 1 versus 3. And Psy with the triple kill on B site. Going to be getting the scanner to fuse there. And REKT going to be winning that pistol round. And let's talk about Psy for a second. Psy is one of the original players of that REKT roster. Has been around for so long, and we're seeing him show up in this match. Some critical rounds coming in last round and a 3K this round. I mean, he's shown up this game for sure.
Yeah, he is. We are at this point barreling to a potential OT, quite frankly, guys. And we saw it here on Miru already today. Do you think it's destined to happen again?
You know, I don't want to leak the script, but a second overtime on Miru would be really nice.
Yeah, and again, we're just seeing a lot of poking and prodding. That's what both these teams do. And again, an even trade going the way of both teams right now. So it's now a 4-on-4. This seems to be a common theme with both of these teams. And I mean, it's a good thing that both teams are able to get, you know, the trade. Just, you know, it's important to, you know, try to keep that man advantage. Fizz picking up another kill on the Tech9. Nadix picking up one. Potentially looking for more. Maybe potentially even saw one of the AESIR players. Some nades do come out. Minute 15. Neuro picking up the headshot onto Kiwi, trying to even the score line just a little bit. And you have to wonder how REKT are going to be reacting to AESIR. I mean, you know, what can AESIR really do? Oh! Keto going to be answering that question for me as he picks out Nadix, and it's a 2-on-2. Scanners down, and now all of a sudden REKT is forced into a retake situation. You see some nades coming out, maybe a potential player spot there from one of the REKT players, and you know, time is ticking. They don't. Time is against them right now. Oh! Taquito finds him through the smoke, looking for 2.
They're on the hunt. They want that double kill. They're thirsty for it with the land presence here. The scanner's down, and they'll find it. AESIR continues to pile onto their lead. They go up 6-4, 3 away from taking the convention.
What a 2v4 out of Taquito and his supporting cast, frankly, because Taquito just absolutely carried that round. Like, what excellent play. Like, perfect, disciplined, like, measured peaks. Just, wow. Like, there was one small overextension from someone on the REKT side, and then that was the foothold they needed into the round, and they were able to capitalize on it.
Can they keep piling on? The attacking half is certainly going well for them for now, but it's still a back and forth. That nade coming close. So many have come to near misses this afternoon. Those air bursts just sometimes feet away from hitting their targets. As more come out, some pre-fire coming down through towards B side and A side as we're splitting our attention across multiple objectives.
Sakila, though, finding Taquito, finding that MVP player from the last round. And so now Kiwi finding Beck. Julian going to be answering right back with a trade of their own, bringing it back. Julian with a second. This man is so precise, and that is going to open things up a little bit for AESIR. Neuro going to be trading with Sakila. And again, a 2v2 retake situation here as Tarmac and Nadix have to try to make something happen, and Julian and Tech9 Jr. have to hold on. A little quick peek coming out for one of the AESIR players there. Does spot one of the REKT players.
Julian's going to swing the short corner and finds the kill. Tarmac's now alone in a 1v2. Time ticking down on the scanner. 24 seconds left to work with. They've identified one, and now with shots off, they know where their location is, and Julian connects with a big kill to put them up 7-4.
A 4K coming out from Julian that round. It's truly the MVP.
The AESIR players just taking turns to take the rounds into their own hands. Like, and Julian's playing with a stock as well. So, like, the fact that he can be so precise, like, that's a given. But the trade-off of playing with a stock is that usually you're slower, but he doesn't make it look like he's at any deficit. Like,
yeah.
It's absolutely incredible the level of skill, consistent skill we are seeing over so much gameplay from Julian.
That's what you get with the best of the best battling it out in North America for their prize pool and the medals on the line. I mean, hey, those medals are sick. I'm really happy we have them. Fizz opens up with another early kill. They've been the standout early kill finder for this defensive side on REKT.
Yeah, just like that, Sakilo and Nadix are going to be finding kills for the REKT squad as Taquito actually going to be trading with them. And now, again, a 2 versus 4 for AESIR. And as we've seen them do it in previous rounds, I mean, you know, it's not completely off the table for them to win this round, but REKT, of course, have that man advantage. You cannot discredit that in any sense. And 1:05 left on the clock. AESIR have plenty of time to control the pace of this round.
They really do. It is their round to lose, so to speak, as they do have time to work with. And question is, where do they go? That's what the answer they're looking for on defense is. Where are they going? Tech9's here. That finds one. Shots come up through the center, and it's info to process for the rest of this duo. The swing out. There's one. There's the double from Beck.
Oh, man. The double kill, such an important thing there. And now it's Beck versus Tarmac. We've seen Beck clutch it up before. We've seen Tarmac clutch it up before. Ooh. A shot does ring out. 20 seconds left on the clock. Beck has to get that stance.
We're dancing left and right. We're dancing around the cargo crate. It's a 1v1. The push comes into Tarmac.
I mean, he made the map. He made the map. He knows exactly how to play that shipping container. He probably modeled it. Oh my gosh, what a double out of Beck to open up the site there.
Huge.
Like, it's small moments like that that are going to be the difference maker that decide our champion here tonight. Just because he even swung 2 REKT players at the same time, but they just so happen to be covering the same angle. And it's those little things that are going to decide who lifts the trophy today.
How does this go for AESIR? Are they going to lose another early? Does Fizz find another early frag to set things up for REKT, or is it a little bit different? Do we see maybe AESIR starting to refocus, get back into the groove that they've found themselves in all series long, quite frankly, and try and do a little something here on the attack? Here comes the swing in, full force, full press, kills connecting, and a 2-for-2, 3v3 now.
Tarmac going to be answering with a kill of their own onto Taquito, and potentially going to be spotted second player, but Neuro going to answer right back. Kiwi trying to look for the pre-fire and does find it onto Neuro, and once again Beck finding themselves into a 1 versus 2 situation.
Scanner in hand, might I say.
Yeah.
And it'll go down on a site now for the duo to retake the round in the open. The double kill is viable, but it doesn't come through, and Kiwi keeps the dream alive for REKT in map 4.
Oh my gosh, we almost saw a repeat on the same artifact site. Oh my goodness, that would have been such a heartbreaking round to lose if you're REKT. And real quick, one player that we aren't giving them justice right now is Psykilo. I can say, having played against both of these teams, he is such a force on the B site. Right now he's at 14 and 11. And if we're paying attention to him, he is getting these impactful picks early in the round from just a perfect peek, like quick 2-tap, falls off, has impact, and then continues to hold his ground as an execute or a retake comes through.
Here we go. 6-7, map 4. Back on the defense, REKT go. Back on the attack, AESIR go. It's going to be that way for the rest of this half.
Yeah, and again, you know, the team's just poking and prodding in the early round. It's a common theme that we are seeing. And Fizz, again, the man with the early picks up a double, actually, onto Beck there, as Beck does take out Tarmac. But Fizz being able to answer right back. Kiwi gets the kill on the Neuro. Fizz dodging some shots there. And a 2-on-4 once again. Smoke does go down. Fizz using it. Minute 15 left on the clock, and Julian and Taquito have to try to find that specific opening, and they have been able to do that in rounds past. But as we get into the late game here, the pressure is starting to soak in, I feel like. You know, both these teams, REKT, are at the edge. Psykilo picks up a double as going on about that. As Gaiju was just saying, Psykilo being an impact player, and that is a clear example right there.
We're tied up, 7-7, Gaijin. I mean, we're not there to the 8-8, but it's dang close.
REKT came here to play today because they want to declare Miru as their map. They're like, we got the guy who made the map. We're gonna take this one every time, even though this time they were the ones who had to come from behind in order to reach match point. Oh, almost. Well, no, this round.
Finally, an early kill for AESIR. It's been several rounds of nothing coming in at the start for them, and I think that's been maybe part of the reason why they're having so much lack of success in these last few rounds.
Certainly, I mean, that could be the thing that puts them to match point even. Any little mistake from either one of these teams in this late game is going to cost them. But back answers right back with a precise headshot from long range even.
Yeah, and it's those two that have really been standing out to me. We keep seeing them on the scoreboard, Fizz and Beck. And Beck going down is a big kill coming in from Kiwi. Exactly what they're looking for as a fight erupts up through the center. Looking for reinforcements, but it won't come in time as Tarmac finds the kill they need. And now a 2v3 as AESIR are losing control of their player advantage.
Yeah, and Taquito is going to be able to pick up Psychilo. They bring it to an even 2-on-2, but Julian answers right back, and now it's Julian versus Kiwi. Scanner still managed to go down. Kiwi trying to find maybe, a lucky shot or two, and Julian, has to try to figure out, but the cough of the smoke, and again with another clutch, keeping REKT in this and bringing them to match point.
We could be going to 5. At this pace, we could be going to 5. The REKT squad is here to play, and with one more round to go, we are either going to that 8-8 or we're going to a 5th map.
I don't know if my heart can take a 5th map, but I kind of want it. But Kiwi, what an excellent 1v1 that he played there against a player who has clutched so many rounds. That's such an intimidating fight to take. And he was the man of the hour last time, getting so many impactful opening picks on Miru the last time we saw it. But this time he showed up a little bit late, but he has arrived. And let's see if it's enough to get REKT into map 5.
Again, we're in that early round phase. Both the teams trying to find some information, but Psychilo picking up the first kill onto Beck without an answer back, so putting REKT in that advantage.
Nice
but
name.
Neuro gets
Nice
a double. He's looking for more. We hear even the crowd cheering for him a little bit. 3 versus 4 on the REKT side. AESIR had that man advantage. Taquito finds Fizz. We could be going to another overtime.
We're dang close at this pace. AESIR are in control. Tarmac with a beautiful kill over the site of B is still here defending. Finds a second to take us into a 1v2, and Kiwi's done it before. Can they do it again? The solo defender up against Julian and Nero, both doing very well today. 14 and 11, 12 and 9 respectively. They're playing strong, they're playing confident. Can we see Kiwi power through as they find the first? Scanner down, so they don't necessarily have to apply pressure on defense, aka Julian, who is now defending the scanner. And oh my goodness, the swing here doesn't work is the question. What does Julian do? How do they process this? Scanner has 15 seconds left to work with. How do you factor in all the time? They got to be here now. Fire the train! We're going to another round. It's 8-8. It's 8-8. There is no map winner, and it all comes down to round number 17.
17.
REKT have done it on Colonist. They've closed down overtime round on the attacking side on this map. It's this entire round. All of the pressure on their shoulders.
What a series being delivered to our eyeballs this afternoon as AESIR and REKT proved that they were destined for first and second. They were destined for this fight at VRML Con, and it is closer than I ever anticipated it to be as round 7 ticks down and no one has been found or picked off yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in AESIR shoes, you're this close. You're literally one round away from winning a bunch of money and getting a bunch of medals and cementing your name in VR esports history. I mean, that's not something to take so lightly. And REKT, they need this round to hold on to force a game 5. I mean, there's so much pressure on both sides. You gotta wonder how either team is handling it right now.
Does that past experience for REKT factor in here? Is it enough for them to battle through? Is the stamina enough for them to work with here today. That's all factors that we haven't had to talk about during the regular season. The pressure and the stamina are things we only see shine here in the postseason as kills come in from Kiwi to open things up. A nice early kill, making it a 4v5. There's the refrag on the back nine. Tech9 finds one themselves. We're into a 2v2 now. Suddenly, blink and you'd miss it.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. We AESIR have used up pretty much this entire.
Whoa, that was dangerous. Scanner got plumped out of their hands and went across the cargo crate in a moment that I think we're very nervous about. There's the swing for what could have been a double. It's a 1v2 now as the scanner is down and Julian is trying to fend off the barrage.
Julian, they've done it before.
They can't!
Oh! We're going to map 5! Gonna be forcing the map number 5. REKT winging it again in overtime on Miru.
Wow.
What is going on?
What a map. We're not even going into a big break here. I think we're heading right into map number 5. We have no time for breaks. Guys on stage, we have no time for breaks. We have to go right into the next map. We have to go directly into the next map. Do not celebrate. Don't get too excited. We got to go right into map 5. We have to finish this series now. We got to go. Swap out, but do it now. We'll decide map picks right here. We're moving fast. We're moving fast. We'll be into this next match soon. So don't go anywhere. We're going to cut to a brief break. We're going to run a couple of intermissions. We're going to quickly sort out the details here and be coming right back for the start of map 5. Almost no break, so don't go anywhere.
It's like 2022 all over again.
Yeah.
At this point.
We just want a good spread.
Yeah. Let's go. Why are headsets off? Let's go. We have no time. Always doing that.
Wow, we have one more map pick to go here. So AESIR, map, would you like to pick your map or defer?
We're gonna go with map.
And which map would you like to pick? Suna. Attack or defend?
We will take defend.
One more time. Let's do this!
And like I said, we're going right in to our 5th map of the afternoon. It's been a long day for us here at VRML Con, but quite frankly, I think worth the ticket, worth the price of entry for competition like this. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, Yellow Hat.
Oh my God. I mean, this is literally just a flashback to the 2022 VAIL Major. It went all games, and it was so close back and forth. I mean, it was, 2 overtime matches this match series.
Yeah.
It is insane.
Yeah.
And as from a caster perspective, I'm happy we're getting 5 maps because it is truly a showdown. AESIR came in swinging with a 9-3 victory, then REKT answered back, winning in overtime. Then AESIR came back, winning 9-6, and now another overtime victory. And game 5, I mean, we're on Suna, we're on that first map. If you're in AESIR, you got to be feeling pretty confident on that map. And I mean, Suna, it was the same map that determined the winner of that 2022 VAIL Major.
Oh
so,
my goodness!
I mean, the parallels are insane right now.
I can't believe that we're here replicating what has been. What is an amazing esport, an amazing rivalry between the two, an amazing back and forth that's been on display, guys, and all day long. Can they keep it up is the question. Which one of these teams do you see getting impacted by stamina first?
Stamina, impacted by stamina, has definitely got to go to AESIR because they just have the same 5 guys who played Suna that first time, and they're still making crazy plays. They're still popping off, but the exhaustion has to be getting to them.
Okay. Well, I'm undecided still. I need more info. I need more details. How do we see this map going based off of past history, based off of seasonal play? Do you think that has any effect? I mean, we're seeing players lying down, so you know to touch on the stamina factor. It's definitely something. You need to take your breaks. I mean, the energy.
Playing 5 games. I mean, they have been playing for, almost 3 hours at this point. I mean, and just straight. And, it's different, playing a flat screen game for 3 hours because there's a little bit less physical exertion, not to discredit flat screen. It's still very mentally taxing, but you have mental and physical taxing when it comes to VR. You're constantly flicking your hands up and down and holding guns up. You're constantly trying to crouch and dodge and duck. And
no kidding.
Yeah, and it's just, it gets to you after a while. I mean, it's, if you're AESIR, I mean, they got to be feeling it.
I mean, you'd know. With so many nades, I guess, actually maybe you wouldn't, because now with the last tournament, it was only 1 nade allowed on your belt. Now it's 2 grenades allowed on your belt this time around on the LAN. Do you think maybe all that grenade throwing is going to leave some sore shoulders after today?
Potentially. I mean, especially, if you're trying to really just huck a grenade across the map, I mean, that takes a lot.
I mean, I don't know if you saw it, but early with Onward, we had a controller go up into the rafters off of a grenade throw. So if you're out in the crowd, keep your eyes peeled, all right? You might want to be dodging and ducking for controllers coming your way today.
They're in the splash zone.
Yeah, it's like the splash zone. It's a little souvenir. You get an extra controller, take it home if you catch it. There's the crowd on display. We thank you all for tuning in, hanging out, and a big shout out to the entirety of this VAIL community that has stuck around for a long day of VAIL and an action-packed one, quite frankly, Yellow.
Certainly, and I got to say, we're in Game 5, so if you're thinking REKT's going to win it, let me hear it right now. If you're thinking AESIR's going to win it, let me hear it.
Okay, it looks like we are just about ready to dive into our final map of VRML Con 2024. It's taken 4 to get here, but after this, we are going to have a champion crowned, and it's all going to be decided on Suna, a map that I think definitely leads itself a little bit to the defensive half. I think we touched on that a little bit the last time we were here earlier today, a couple hours ago.
Actually, on Suna, it's usually the other way around.
Oh, okay.
Really? The attackers will usually have a slight advantage, but also it's an Immerse map. So depending on who is hitting their shots better, especially after several hours of play, that could just be what decides everything. It comes down to the raw mechanical athletic skill.
Yeah, I mean, AESIR, they got to be feeling it right now. I mean, they just lost the last map, and This really is anybody's game, and this pistol round is really going to set the pace. We do see some Yuto coming in. Beck picking up the first kill onto Kiwi, picks up a second one onto Saikilo, and that's going to open things up for the AESIR squad there. Nadix picks off one, but gets taken out by Tech9 Jr. Nades come flying in, and it's Basil and Fizz in a 2 versus 3 retake as Basil actually picks up a nade kill, a Hail Mary even.
Scanner down. The counter push coming in now. And offense goes to defense. Once that scanner goes down, and Tech9 able to spring a trap onto Basil Maz and Fizz for a double. No, Nero scooping it up on the backside. We can't give credit for the double there. It's just teamwork that brought that together to put REKT up 1-0.
AESIR.
AESIR, okay, we have the scores swapped. Apologies on the scoreboard there. We'll get that adjusted for you shortly enough. But yeah, it is AESIR now in a 1-0 lead on the attacking half. Definitely how you want to start, riding momentum off of what was a bit of a tough 8-8 map loss.
Certainly so. I mean, any early game momentum that you can get, you hold on to that, right? And, the fact that they're able to do that on that pistol round, and we'll see if they're even able to replicate it on this rifle round. And, AESIR being on the attacking side, I've said it a few times already, but they are in control of the pace right now. They can elect to go fast. They can elect to take it slow. And, if you're on the defense, you have to just try to be proactive as much as you can. The more reactive you are, you're more prone to either making a mistake or costing your life.
Wow.
And as I say it, Neuro, with some really precise utility, gets Nadix there in the corner. And AESIR opening things up, Neuro picking off another one.
Really nice opener here. They've got a good bit of control over the entire map as you're seeing Tech9 pick apart the rotation, and AESIR in clean control off of a pistol round and a rifle round, up 2-0 on our final map.
The Neuro show on that B execute. Just 3 separate picks. The first one with a perfect grenade. Like that was perfectly timed. He threw it hard and fast, so it perfectly burst around the corner to clear Nadix out. Nadix was their only B player at the time. Someone else had to run and support it, and got pinched from Cat, and then still fell to Neuro's AK.
Craziness is what we're here for today with the VAIL Season 1 VRML LAN Finals. I am so happy we're here showing off what is a great bit of competition in a fantastic game designed to be an esport. Fizz again opening things up with an early kill.
He's so good at that. I swear, we've seen it throughout this entire series. I mean, I've lost track of how many rounds he's literally gotten an open pick. It's insane. He's so good at that. Nadix and Saikilo both picking up kills. Julian does answer back, but that could have been more than enough. Julian and Taquito, the dynamic duo, now in a 2 versus 4 situation to try to make something happen here. But this, I don't want to speak it into existence too soon, but this could potentially be a REKT round. But again, Julian and Taquito, they have clutched it 2 versus 4 first. Julian picks up 2. Maybe the caster curse is real. I truly don't know. But
there
Taquito
goes Taquito.
Basil, and now Saikilo in a 1 versus 2, and they see each other. They're just tapping it away at each other. Somebody hit a shot, please.
Yeah, it's the Immerse map, as you said, guys. And man, that was a bit of an aiming battle that unfolded there. 35 seconds on the clock. Leaves you with a decent amount of time to do really whatever you want on the map, technically.
Technically, but even then, you're limited by how long it takes the scanner to defuse, and Taquito just answers like that. And Julian and Taquito just being the dynamic duo. 2 versus 4, no problem for them.
It really makes sense that we're seeing this 3-0 based off of how they performed last time. What's the change mentally REKT are going to have to go through here to get back in on this?
I'm not sure about everything that they have tried to position a little differently, but it looks like what they've tried so far has just not been cutting it. It has not been getting them over the finish line when it comes to closing these rounds out. And honestly, they're playing well. But AESIR, despite the fact that the pressure could never get higher, you're never going to play longer than this. Like, they are they still look like they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and they continue to do that as Beck gets the opening pick onto Nadix there. And Kiwi does answer back, picking off Taquito there. Nade killed, put Tech9 Jr. into the grave. But now a 3 versus 4 for that Acer squad to try to, figure something out here. They do, again, have a good amount of time. Beck picks off another, but Fizz answers right back. Kiwi answering back too, and now it's Neuro versus 3. But I'm telling you, I mean, if there's any person that could do this, it's Neuro. I mean, this man's aim is so cracked. He sees Fizz holding his gun, and Fizz not able to even react to Neuro being able to get the kill there.
Thought about it. Not going to go for it quite yet. Thinking about it. Hard to decide if they want to go for that scanner, and that's the decision. That's the bait. Do they try and draw out this defense by prompting these scanner audio cues? It looks like it is the play. And down it goes despite the duo here. And there is a duo here. I don't know that Nero was ready for the reinforcements as they do get picked off by Psychillo, and Kiwi, alive and well, will interrupt that scanner, putting a point on the board for the first time on Suna in map 5 for REKT.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwi, again, being just a big player in this game and, so many important clutch rounds. I mean, to be fair, that was a trade, but the fact that Kiwi even just, was able to stay alive, was ready for that refrag should Neuro have gotten that second pick there. I mean, that's just good team play, and that's what you can expect from REKT.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, I was sweating for REKT there because 4-0 feels a lot different than 1-3. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
The 2-round deficit is very overcomable, especially when you're getting opening picks like that.
How is it possible? Every single round, Fizz is there connecting early. Psychillo does a little bit of a double there. It trades down to a 3v2 somehow in the chaos, and it leaves Basil, Maz, Nadix, and Psychillo to hold things down with Beck and Neuro trying to keep the streak alive, put another point on the board if they have anything to say about it.
And, I mean, you can see, after they got those kills, they recognize that, hey, we have control of the scanner. And as the defense, you can kind of set up and see, what do they do in regards to that? Oh, Nadix picking up the kill on the Neuro. Neuro gets timinged there, and now it's Beck versus 3, but against Basil, Nadix, and Psychillo, I mean, that is a tall order if, Beck has anything to say about it.
And they do have something to say about it. REKT has had something to say about it all day long, all series long. They have been fighting back against this AESIR dominance. And with the trade, we have 2 left alive on REKT. That leads us to a 2-3, that lead getting chipped away.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh my goodness, what an inhuman flick by Neuro there. Like he still got traded out, but there's so few people who can hit those under this much pressure.
No kidding. It is, yeah, you talk about it with on stage, the crowd cheering for you. The 5th map to decide your series, a lead potentially getting away from you. There's a lot to be thinking about on your mind when you are on this defensive half, but you got to kind of push it all away. Focus on the now. Lock in, hold your angles, trust in your team. That's what it comes down to at a high level. Pick up double kills like this from Kiwi.
What a master play coming out from Kiwi there, holding down that position by themselves with the util usage as well as the good gun skill. Kiwi picking up a 3rd, on par for an ace. Can they do it? The smoke goes down, but Taquito says, no, you're not having an ace this round. Nades Kiwi, and it's a 2 versus 3. Not undoable for this AESIR squad here, but, Nadix gets a little aggressive, and Taquito punishes that. Fizz gets taken out, but Fizz clutches it up, and REKT have officially tied it for the first time in map number 5. We're looking at a 3-3 scoreline.
Starting on the defending side, they've already matched the number of rounds that they got on this entire map previously. This is showing me REKT are so flexible in how they play, because they're still playing the same roster of 5, but REKT is not. They swapped a few people out here and there, but despite those roster changes, they're able to realize, hey, these strats between these different rounds aren't working, and they're able to play them differently and capitalize on them, even when coming from behind, even with all of the pressure on their shoulders.
Look at that. A few feet away from a life being expended there, as a smoke is going to force movement potentially between the 2 players. There it is! With a beautiful lob over the top, we'll get rid of Bex. Nero with a nade of their own catches Nadix, and we trade back and forth, keeping it a 4-4. More utility coming in towards B now, and the call-out's got to be coming through from Kiwi and whoever else could be defending B site. Here comes the push, though. Scanner is going to go down. Nate barrages from the back end, rain through. Nero and Fizz trade down, and we're still into a 3-3.
And we're in a retake situation now. We've already expended 10 seconds on that scanner. Fizz picking up another one and another one. And now it's Julian to try to defend, but Basil getting the trade there. And REKT are for the first time in map number 5 are going to be taking the lead 4-3.
I don't know. The AESIR squad seems to be losing a little bit of the focus here as we get deeper into these rounds. As we get into this 5th map, we're seeing REKT shine a little bit. The energy starting to show a little bit. They're locked in now with a good, comfortable 4 points in a row coming through from them.
Yeah, no, they have the momentum to close out the half, and honestly, potentially keep it into the next half when they're on attack, which is arguably the favored side.
Wow. We are flying through map number 5, 4-3. Do we get a winner, or are we going to be tied here at the end of this half and we swap sides? That's what's at stake right now. Do you want to be tied at that side swap? I think both teams would, quite frankly, be fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, knowing that it's game 5 and knowing how like game 5s in pretty much every esport go, it's probably going to wind up being tight. And honestly, I'd almost say that maybe we even see an overtime, but we'll see. I mean, Nadix and Taquito going to be taking each other out there. Excuse me on that one. So bullets flying through the smoke. Somebody trying to find a lucky shot there. And
Not so lucky. That was a beautiful angle from Tech there to find them over the top, get the advantage on site, allow Julian to plant the scanner, and now we're into another defensive hold from the AESIR offense.
And Basil going to be taking out Beck there, who is kind of over in Narnia, relatively speaking. Fizz picking up another one, being such a key player, and another one. Fizz on these retakes.
Insane! To close out the half. What a showing out of Fizz these last 2 rounds.
What's the KD? I'll tell you, 13-5 on the half from Fizz. The next highest on AESIR is 9.
Oh my God, watching this
that
replay
is so
is insane.
Rare to see AESIR at that scoreline. Like,
they're here, and it's when it matters most. When VRML Con and the prizing is on the line, the medals, the prestige, the cash is all what they're fighting for here today. They've had a beautiful season. AESIR have been playing fantastic all season long, and they now find themselves in a position where they may start to lose control of this final map.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, this pistol round is certainly going to set the tempo for the second half. Tech9 does pick up a kill onto Basil and picks up 2. Julian picking up 1, but Kiwi going to be trading out with them. Fizz does pick up a kill onto Beck. Brings it to a 2 versus 3 for the REKT squad, but gets taken out, and Neuro with a double headshot there. Answers right back. AESIR picking up their 4th round.
Yeah, a reminder there, a little bit of the AESIR squad is actually down right now. They are down 4-5, so I think we'll do a swap on our overlay there to give you the right sides there. But it is now a potential point for us to go to overtime. I hate to keep saying it because I feel like what I do, I invoke it into reality, but maybe I'll say it again. It's time for overtime, maybe? I don't know.
if we go to a 3rd overtime in this best of 5, I'm not coming back next year just for my health.
Yeah, you'll need a whole year to recover from what is a stellar back and forth as AESIR contend every inch of this series against REKT. The push comes in and a double connecting from Kiwi over the site. This attacking half looking good now as they do get a bit of control. The scanner going down onto B. What's the play for the rest of this defense who now is on the attacking side?
Man, I mean, 3 versus 3 retake. It's really going to be coming down to who gets this opening pick. Who, you know, if you're REKT, you kind of just hide up. But Nadix gets all 3.
What? Kiwi opens up the round with a double. Nadix closes us out with a triple, and I think that's what he needed, because honestly, like, we're not used to seeing Nadix at this scoreline. Normally he's towards the top of the scoreboard, but the thing is, he's been on this final stage in Suna being the deciding map before, and now his team is just absolutely popping off around him.
That one almost, as the nades coming in early, guest nades from the defense, hoping that they find picks and getting a little bit of an advantage off of a long-range nade play as we battle up over side again. Another big push. This time Julian does shut it down. Psychilo quickly fragged, then refragged as a double gets picked up by Beck on the backside, and it looks like it could be AESIR putting up another defensive round on the board. Maybe Nadix will come alive here as they're alone in a 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, Nadix, gets one, so brings it to a 1v3. His position now known by the rest of the AESIR squad. Has to try to do something, but Neuro gets the flank right away and shuts that down.
They are fighting. AESIR's here. They're not going to let go a consecutive batch of points this afternoon, especially when we're on this 5th map.
Yeah, no, they, oh my gosh, they have to fight tooth and nail if they want these last 4 rounds. That's all that stands between them being our Season 1 champions.
Oh man, it's close. It's close. We are nearly there as we inch further and further to a winner here. Round and round, every round bringing us closer to knowing who is going to be our VRML Con champion. Here we go into round 12.
Yeah, and so Taquito going to be picking up that early pick onto Kiwi there. We do see some early util as well. Psychilo getting a kill, but actually trading with Tech9. And Fizz getting taken out by Julian there. Julian doing so much work, this entire series. Basil gets taken down. And just like that, AESIR have tied it up.
Here we go, tied 6-6, map 5. Let's hear it from the crowd. We're here for a beautiful series. It's nothing but better than this right here. I mean, there isn't anything better than this, right?
Honestly, no, that's why I'm not adding anything.
It is 6-6. It's our favorite game to tune into here, our favorite VR esport. VAIL absolutely delivering in its NA finals this afternoon, and both of these teams have come to play plain and simple.
Certainly, and I mean, this has been a wild series. Psychilo, he's known for his grenades, and there's an example of it. Psychilo getting a double and a triple, opening things up. Taquito putting an end to that, but Kiwi getting the kill on the Taquito, and now a 1 versus 2. Beck versus Nadix and Kiwi, arguably some of the best shooters on REKT. And Nadix puts it to an end. REKT 2 points away from being crowned champions.
It is close, guys. And now you got to wonder, do those nerves start to creep in? The fact that victory is so close, does that actually start to impact you negatively if you're on the REKT side?
I mean, gosh, with how close that round was, and then if I'm Beck getting caught out like that, like he was pre-aiming that position, put his gun down to have a faster rotation, and then just got bad timing. And losing your lead to that, so close to being to the championship, has to be devastating. So it's all about who can stay focused, who won't let the pressure get to them, who can rely on their skill and their teammates.
Fizz picking up one, Psychilo picking up another. They're cutting down this AESIR defense right now with 2 opening picks on the REKT side. Taquito killing Nadix there, trying to hold it down. Picks off a second one. He's not done just yet.
Battling back the entirety of this offense. Fizz finds a double. It's all up to Taquito in a 1v2. Who's battling back the bush, and there it is. Fizz stays alive.
And we are at match series point even. I mean,
season point.
Season
Championship point. REKT have the opportunity to close it out right now. They have 3 rounds to prove that they deserve to lift that trophy after falling short in Miami 2 years ago.
It's Fizz. It's the Fizz show. 17-9 right now. Fizz has dominated the KD scene, the #1 shooter there, and we're here in AESIR chance, trying to reinvigorate this squad, focus them up for another round, trying to push it to a overtime again. We'll see if it's going to happen as AESIR.
And there's another opening kill from Psychilo, and he gets a double! Just like that, REKT with a double opening. They are this close. AESIR on their backs against the wall. Nice. Neuro does pick up a kill against Kiwi in this potential last round, and the scanner has gone down. AESIR forced into a retake. Psychilo picks up a third. It is this close. It is a 4 versus 2. Neuro and Taquito, arguably the two best shooters on AESIR, to try to keep AESIR in this one. And REKT just have to hold. Nadix picks up one. And REKT are your 2024 VAIL VRML Season 1 champions!
They couldn't close it out 2 years ago.
There's the celebration. There it is, the unbelief, the disbelief in the REKT roster. I can't believe they've done it.
They
have.
deserve this. They started off on the back foot with the largest round differential that we saw throughout the entire series. 3 of these players have been playing this game for years, hoping it would pay off, and they just barely fell short in 2022. But today, they get to lift the trophy.
Man, and I gotta say, I know what every single one of those players is feeling right now. It's just pure bliss, soaking in the victory. They were on stage in 2022, couldn't do it, and this time around, they secured it. Give it, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for REKT!
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the VRMLCon 2024 Season 1 North American Grand Finalist REKT here. Congratulations to REKT. They have done it. They will receive incredible medals, handcrafted, no, but VRML Con medals getting handed out to the championship team here. I'll start with, oh yeah, show it off. Show off that medal. I want to start down here with the team captain from REKT. It's been a heck of a journey to get here. You fought over the course of Last Land, and now you are the champion. How does it feel today?
Feels amazing. It's retribution for Last Land for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what is the sensation right now after coming out on top and being the champion, having that medal in your hand? Does it feel like it was worth it?
Yeah, it's not like anything else I've done before, that's for sure. It's exciting to see VR taking off like this, yeah.
Absolutely. I got to go down the list here of everyone on REKT without stepping on any headsets. How do you feel? I mean, what was it like going into the 5th map? You guys were doing team meetings before. What was the discussion leading up to map 5?
Yeah, I mean, we were just, we played Suna once with me as IGL. Didn't work out so well, so I give Basil all the credit. He did such a great job on Suna IGLing in my stead.
Awesome. Well, it worked out. I mean, was there ever a point where you were in those team meetings and concerned that you might not be the champion here today?
We know how they play, so we weren't concerned. We were confident. It was probably the best game of VAIL anyone has seen or played. It was just amazing.
I got to agree with you there. It's, again, been a long road, a whole season to get here. When you started the season, did you think you'd be on at a convention being interviewed as a champion?
No, because the first part, like the beginning of REKT, we almost disbanded basically. Everybody left, and then we came back, so hard, and it was insane.
Is this going to keep the team together, you think, for another season?
We'll see.
All right, and last but not least, I mean, again, congratulations to coming out on top and being the champion. How does it feel? We saw you overcome with emotions. How are you feeling right now to be here on this booth as the champion?
I feel great, man. And the only reason why I'm doing this is because of my parents, and they let me spend so much time on these games, and I just thank them so much for that. They're actually right over there. I love y'all. Thank y'all for letting me chase my dreams.
Certainly is a dream come true, I imagine, for teams that have been playing around on these LAN stages for a while now. You've got a medal in your hand. How does it feel?
It feels great, man. I've been playing VR for almost 6 years, and this is the first one that really mattered. Our team practiced and practiced and practiced for 3 weeks straight just to win this. We did it.
That is it for our REKT champions. One more final congratulations to the VRML Con 2024 VAIL champions. Thank you all for hanging out and being here for VRML Con. Now get out.
that thing.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chandler. I'm the one you've been talking with the entire time. Unfortunately, I have to tell you, we do have to leave the building very quickly, so please, I know it's unfortunate, but make your way towards the exits, and we will see you all tomorrow. Players, please make sure that you give us all back the Bobo head straps, the batteries, the headsets, everything that you borrowed. Make sure it is returned to that same table where they were distributed from, and take care of that. Any players that are still here, make sure that you also take your headsets with you. And that will do it for us. Thank you all so much for coming. Congratulations, REKT, and we'll see you tomorrow.